ahead and switch this. Should be good.
Okay.
Okay. I think sound is good, but I may have to adjust things as we go.
Yeah.
Turn this down maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
And
keep it
then
under.
we have Druid, Barbarian, and then people switch.
I'm still in one chair.
Just put it back here behind your chair. Just
Oh,
put
yeah,
it against the wall. That way, even if it does go back, there's more
Adjust
protection
these
on
real
it.
quick. Whack.
More gets a good sniff around the table. He'll calm down.
Okay, so Andy is now there.
Is your dice tray reserved just for you?
Yes.
Okay.
You are out of luck for the dice tray.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hack is now over here.
That's what happens when you have to keep track of a mouse and keyboard too. You start running out of space.
So what becomes an issue then when it comes to like Pathfinder and naval battles?
The mechanics themselves don't really work out. I mean, because ships have a couple of hundred hit points, and when you're doing a fireball that does 20 points, it takes lots of fireballs to really do damage, and it doesn't really work well as far as the basics of it.
That's why you need black powder cannons and stuff.
Yes, but then you run into a scale issue because if you have cannons, what happens if you shoot one of the characters? Are they just completely obliterated, or do they take a reasonable amount of damage?
That doesn't make sense. We'd have to make a system.
Right. At which point, then you're not really playing Pathfinder anymore. Like I said, it has a developed system for ship-to-ship combat, but it doesn't really work very well. So the first chapter works well. With some heavy modification, the campaign would be a very good one. At the time, we didn't have the interest in modifying the campaign to that level, because if it's going to different islands and searching for treasure and solving puzzles, sure. But the whole storyline is based around you guys eventually develop a pirate fleet and take on the military navy and things like that. If you can't do ship-to-ship combat, it doesn't work very well.
What was that, the last campaign where we were repairing?
No, that was our campaign with a different group. Okay. So hopefully everybody has at least some room. It's a little tight. So okay, well, that's good to hear, Ben. We should be good on the streaming. That should be going, and everything else is good. So, okay, when we last left off, you guys were in Ravengro, having attended recently the funeral of Professor Petros Lormar, who was a benefactor, friend, father figure, or in at least one case, brother of all of you. During the ceremony, you guys had a little bit of a mishap with some murder or death kill type operations, and ended up killing a couple of the locals, sowing a bit of distrust amongst the group in the village, beyond the fact that you guys are also outsiders and not really known to the locals anyways. Since then, the sheriff has confiscated your weapons. They weren't able to confiscate your spells, but they're keeping an eye on you. And otherwise, they've warned you to keep your hands clean and stay out of trouble. Otherwise, things might get a little worse for you from the town's law and so forth. During the investigation, or while you guys were going through what the professor had left you in his will, you found a number of boxes, a box with several books in it. Some of which had fairly dark subject material, at least one of which was locked and you couldn't open it or access it. The rest of them implied at least something going on that the professor was investigating, that you guys have now at least partially started to look into, along with the suspicious nature of his death, having died while investigating whatever it was he was. You guys are currently have decided to run up the street and investigate the old insane asylum prison, Harrowstone Prison, up the hill from the town. It is early evening at this point. The sun has set as you guys are heading into the place. And already in the first couple of rooms, there's been a couple of strange occurrences with doors slamming and strange winds and cold chills and so forth in the area. According to the locals, the prison is haunted. You guys haven't seen any direct evidence of it, but there obviously seems to be some sort of a presence here as you guys are exploring. So, from what I recall, the light that the group has is 2 light spells, one with the priest and one with the bard, which should be reflected there on the map. Everybody else is spread out and starting to explore. Some of you have headed down the western tunnel, which leads to a room of offices and clerk stations. Some of you open the doors to the right that lead into the sentencing chamber.
That nearly killed me.
We put people on the board.
You can, or you can wait until it's relevant.
It's kind of easier for me to wait till it's relevant.
Yeah.
Then I can see the pieces.
As before, if you select the figures, you should see that figure's respective line of sight. If you don't have anybody selected, then you should see everybody should have shared line of sight. So, like I said, it is about 6 o'clock at night. You guys are just starting to explore. Some strange things are happening. And what would you care to continue doing or wish to do? I know the gunslinger is at least fairly damaged. I think it was the door.
I think he got
It was
killed.
the chill,
Yeah, I got
chill
it.
on the other side
Yeah,
of the
you
door.
got overly chilled when you sensed some sort of presence inside the place. And several of you have moved off to the west, checking down the side tunnels.
Hey Ben, can you pass me a pencil?
And the ones that went to the west, they filled their bags full of the papers
Yeah,
and stuff
you guys
in
had
that room.
spent some time picking up papers and so forth, old files from the cabinets. You guys are there trying to figure out what your next actions are going to be when from outside of the prison, you hear somebody call out, say, "Oh there! What you guys doing?"
Investigating.
Mind coming on outside for a few minutes?
I'll go outside.
I'll go outside. I don't want to be in this haunted place anymore.
Okay.
I'll,
Where
you
is
guys
the
want me to
door
go
out-
first?
Who's the best at like diplomacy and that stuff?
I'm gonna go first, like
Where is the door? out?
He's
Yep.
the beefy.
strength wise, but
Yeah. It
Someone
doesn't
better-
matter. If you're
someone
going
may
outside,
wanna
you're
go
going
outside
outside.
with me, because I'm already kind of would make them uneasy.
Why do we always
Last-
take hostile action?
It's
We-
not
we don't
hostile to
need
go outside.
Yeah.
He just wants to lead the pack, that's all.
I'm just gonna stand in front.
Okay. You're going to lead the way back
Yeah.
outside? Okay.
I'll go
Let's
back
go
outside.
outside.
Anybody wants to go
Okay.
can come too.
Okay.
I'll go too. I don't want to get
I
hurt
think
by
me
haunts anymore.
and you were investigating papers.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are over in some of the offices, so you guys are going to continue doing that?
Yep.
Gathering papers and...
I'll be in the
Files and things?
doorway.
I'm not good with people anyway.
Okay. So,
I'm
Andy,
gonna
you,
go outside.
you lead a few of the group outside, where you find the sheriff, a couple of his deputies, standing out there. He said, "Greetings. Heard a report there were some people wandering around these ruins here. You know this place is condemned, right? We lose would-be adventurers. Seems like every year or two here. This is not a safe place to be wandering around."
Obvious.
Yeah, I nearly died.
Diplomacy and intimidation.
I think he's just trying to hide some.
I'm gonna have to ask you guys to vacate this area here. We don't want anybody getting killed or injured or anything like that.
say we
That
vacate.
ship's sailed.
Is that just at night or during the day or?
Well, I mean, the locals here say this place gets much more dangerous at night. I don't hold much with that whole nonsense stuff, but yeah, we lose kids here occasionally and so forth. I mean, a few months ago there was adventurers wandering around exploring this place. They got injured, and then we never heard from them again. That professor Petros, he messed around here occasionally too, but I wouldn't really be suggesting hanging out around here. Like I said, from a public safety standpoint, I'm going to have to ask you guys to leave this area
I'll comply.
I'll go back
Are
to
you
town.
outside?
Yes.
Okay.
But
I shout out in there that we're being asked to vacate.
yeah, you're gonna go in and tell
And,
the rest of them.
and I say we should probably go.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go back to town.
Yeah. I'm all right with that.
Okay.
So,
So, all of you gonna head back outside?
Sure.
Anybody going to
Spend
attempt
the
to
night.
stay inside or stay the night?
No.
In there, no.
Okay.
Rest of the night?
I don't know if
Do
I want
not.
to. I don't know. I feel like just maybe the two of we should have more people. You know, we don't have any of the divine ghosts like that. I don't know. My stealth is.
We can always go back the next day.
I have +4 stealth. It's not that good. I guess we could go back. Should probably research the papers anyway.
Ja- Jason's all about staying the night.
I mean,
No, I think I'll go back. I want to look at.
Yeah.
we're obviously being asked to leave for a reason.
Because it's unsafe.
No.
I mean, it nearly died me. I would say that's the reason.
People have died.
Is he still out there if we go
Yeah.
out there?
Yeah.
You said the professor used to adventure in here, and this is how he died? Is that
I wouldn't say adventure. He liked to poke around these ruins.
what was he looking for?
No idea. Not much here.
Did you ask him to leave?
Occasionally, yeah, we told him he had to stay away from this area. It's dangerous. Professor wasn't a young person. Wouldn't want to see him get injured.
Why was it dangerous?
It's a ruin. It burned down 50 years ago.
Okay.
Nobody's lived here or worked here since then. The wall's crumbling. He reaches over to the wall and pulls a loose brick out. You see, this place is crumbling. You mess around with it, the whole place would liable to collapse in on you.
Did kind of save you guys from demolishing it, then, right?
Well, yeah, but then we'd have to clean up the rubble and be a whole thing.
I,
We're trying to get good with the town. Make sure.
Yeah.
Look,
What you got there in your arms there? Papers.
Yeah.
You guys aren't looting, are you?
You told me this is a place of ruins, so anything that's in there is free game, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but this is still city government property.
I don't see the city going in it.
Would he have seen them if they're
What's
in a
that?
backpack?
Well, it's a
He's
lot
got,
of
like-
papers.
Okay.
Why don't we give the papers back to him?
No, I'm good.
Oh,
Appreciate
great. I'm gonna start heading back to town before I get involved in any
I'll
of
go
this.
ahead and go
Can I
with
try
them.
and give him? Can I try and give him a bribe for the papers?
Oh,
You
Well,
you
we're
can
all
certainly
gonna
try.
end up
You can certainly give him a bribe, whether or not he accepts it or whatever. is a
that's
separate
gonna
issue.
probably be diplomacy.
So do you and me want to go back to
Well,
the
who has the
tavern?
best diplomacy?
Yeah, I'm going back to the tavern.
So there a better time we can
I
come
don't know.
back?
Bard seems.
Me-
Well, if you guys want to be poking around here, I mean, the best bet is check in with one of the counselors, get their approval, or check with the Temple of Pharasma.
okay.
You have their blessing. You guys are more than welcome to mess around here.
Either
Otherwise-
one or both.
Either one is
Okay.
good. Otherwise, I from a law standpoint, we gotta keep this place safe.
I want to real quick just point out the repeated runes that are not runes, but the writing that has the old warden's name. I said, "Is this normal? It looks like blood."
That scratches
Thought I had one on it, not just scratches.
from you as I mean, with your knowledge skill, yeah. To a layman, it just looks like
Just
Stuff.
scratches. Oh,
Yeah. yeah. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look anything unusual to him.
Gotcha.
You're recognizing the symbols and so forth.
I understand.
So yeah,
All right.
he said,
Well,
no,
we'll
that's
happily-
foundation.
Happily go seek approval. and come
Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess if you guys really find value in all that old moldy paperwork, you can go ahead and take it, but don't be coming up here and looting things. This place is unsafe.
I understand. Yeah. Do we need to come to you after we get the approval to show you we've got it that before we go up, or they'll just let you know?
They'll let me know I trust some of you. He eyes you a little bit, wizard. If you guys are approved to be out here, I'm sure I'll hear of it. Otherwise, I can't really let you guys just be wandering around these ruins. People get killed.
Wow, gotcha. I was just wondering if you guys have seen any of the Sturges. We had heard rumor that there were Sturges in the area that
Sturgis? Oh yeah, there was a bit of a scuffle. Occasionally we get sturgis in this area. They're not uncommon. I really haven't had many for quite a few years, but every so often they migrate down from the mountains,
Okay.
occupy the forests and the areas and everything, and occasionally they build a nest. They're sort of like
Bees.
killer bees and that sort of thing. They migrate into the area. I mean, obviously they're a whole lot bigger than bees.
Yeah.
Well, at least the bees we have in this area. But haven't been any problems recently. But it's not that uncommon. Strangest thing, they kept saying they heard fiddle music or flute music at the time. I don't know where that came from, but
Maybe it's just the buzzing sound. I don't know.
Okay.
okay.
I want to head back to town.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going with him to the bar.
Go back to anybody going to specifically stay?
I don't know. I think we gotta look through these papers
Are
and
we
figure
allowed
out
to-
what's going on.
Oh,
And then we can see.
All right.
You can always stay.
Yeah, you're welcome to stay on your own.
We're trying to raise our. Why stay in the haunted house when you can read the awesome paperwork?
That's
It's
right.
so long. Did we found this stuff in the jail, or where did we find this? No,
it's
they
in the
handed us the
box.
box. Yeah. Sorry.
This was left to you in the will
Yeah,
of the
I already-
professor. Okay. So, okay. You guys head back into town. And I heard some of you wanted to go to the tavern or bar or whatever.
Yeah, my character needs a drink after being haunted.
Okay.
Love to
So-
go to the
This
shop.
is night 3 from the last vandalism, correct?
This is well, since the start of the campaign, this is night 7. So this is the 14th.
So tomorrow
The
will
month.
be the next 4 days. But it seems like the vandalism is
I'm
happening
sorry,
every
this is
4
night
days.
this is night 6.
Night 6. Okay.
Right.
2 nights then before the
Potentially,
it's
yes.
happening every 4 days.
Yeah. There was vandalism was discovered on the first day and on the 4th day.
3 days.
Correct.
So tomorrow night. Want to make sure we're
This
taking
this
that.
is the night of day 6.
The night of day 7. 3 more days.
Sure.
Okay. I'll make sure we're just staking that.
What do we? So
Trying to catch vandals.
Yeah.
Vandals, not vandalism.
Yeah, you're trying to catch vandalism. Mulder, go lay down.
I got the vandalism.
Hey, man.
Okay.
I don't know how
So- That purple area there. I don't know why it's purple, but
I would've got
that
more.
section I marked. Maybe this X. That show up
Were you
better?
out of gold, Jason?
I don't-
Bought the thieves' tools
That is the local tavern.
for 3.
This building down here is the sheriff's office, jail, that at least the gunslinger is familiar with, because that's where he went to talk to them about his use of firearms and gunpowder within city limits.
Yeah, that's a no-no.
Yeah. So you guys head down there. It's already nightfall. The tavern is open for those who wish to go there. Now the only other places you guys have been going really is back to the professor's house, which is located further south.
okay, anyone want to go back there?
Is there a
Right here.
is the
Plants were going in purple.
is the Navy Exchange store open?
Is the exchange store?
Yeah.
Okay. That would be this one right here is the general store. I don't know if that shows up.
Is it still? Yeah, I can see where
You see that icon there?
Mhm.
Okay. So that is the general store. And then over here is a herbalist.
And where's the guy's house? Like the house where we've been sleeping?
South of town. South
Oh, okay.
Useless. Okay. So who was going to the tavern? Who was going somewhere else?
I was going to the tavern.
Okay. The large building southeast of the square is the town hall.
And it's too late to talk to the council or anything like that, right?
Oh yeah, town hall is open during the day for any business like
Yeah.
that. I mean, and really, it's more of just a meeting hall more than anything else. The counselors are just locals
Okay.
that live in the area. You have met at least one of them at the funeral. Other than that, there's several other counselors in town that any one of them could give you authority, or the temple could. Temple's on the left side of town.
I think I'll go back to the house tonight and look over those papers that they got.
Okay, so you're heading back to the house.
I'll go with them.
Where are you going? What are you doing?
I'll go back in town, I guess.
Everybody's in town.
Oh, yeah.
Where?
I'm in the house. Sorry.
Okay, you're just heading back to the house.
Going back and look at the papers.
House. Jenny?
Who's the counselor guy that he was asking us to go see? Can we get at his place?
It's nighttime.
We get it at nighttime. Can we,
Sure, if you know where he lives.
can we? I want to ask some of the locals where he lives, so I can.
Nobody's out on the streets at this point.
It's that late.
No, it's only 7:00.
Right.
There's nobody is out on the streets.
Most people are at tavern.
So, from what you've seen over the last several days, as soon as the sun goes down, streets empty. I mean, it's not a huge town, anyways. I mean, there's maybe only 50 to 60 people. But as soon as the sun goes down, everybody goes in. The windows are closed. The doors are generally locked or closed up. The only activity is in that central square, where they have a couple of street lamps going, and the tavern that's marked with the X over there.
I want to go to the tavern and actually speak to some people to see if I can't find out where the counselor lives at.
Okay, so you're going to the tavern. I know you are. Ben, where are you going?
I'm going back to the house with Andy.
House.
House.
Okay. And okay, so everybody's going to the house except for the two of you, or three of you. I
I'm
mean.
gonna give you my papers that I got.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll look through all.
So you guys head over to the tavern, bar, Travelers Inn. The Laughing Demon has a old wooden sign on the front, and that has a dark reddish demon face, laughing, and so forth at Travelers. Inside you find Zokar, bartender and tavern keeper. He was at the funeral. And his son Pevrin. They are serving food and so forth. The place is warm and comfortable. There's a couple of the locals there that look up at you as you guys walk in, and then they quietly go back to their food and drinks and so forth. It doesn't have a party atmosphere. There's no music playing or anything like that, but the place itself seems very warm and comfortable. It just is quiet. Okay. Zokar sees you guys walk in, say, "Greetings!
How's it going?
Pull up a stool, have some food.
Will do.
Would you like a bowl of corpse chowder?
I'll just take
It's fresh this morning.
That's fair.
just take some bread, thank you.
Bread, okay, no problem." Puts out a couple of chunks of dark brown bread of some sort.
Thank you.
Get you some drinks and.
Yeah.
Heard you guys had a bit of a dust up over there at the prison.
Not dust up. We just I gotta get in touch with the counselor so we can actually kind of investigate the place out a little bit.
Yeah, that's probably best. Lots of people get killed over there at the ruins.
And they say it's because it's unstable, but there was something else in there. There was some other presence that nearly killed me.
Oh, you did. Did you see? Did you see the? Did you see one of the ghosts?
I walked into a courtroom area, and then there was like a chilling effect because so many people got the death sentence in that room.
Oh, I don't know about that, but oh man, I've heard stories. You wouldn't believe a lot of the stories I've heard. They say the executioner of the prison still walks the upper walls, and at night he slays any would-be prisoners that might be trying to escape. And when the wind's blowing just right, you can hear crying from the basement of the prison. I wouldn't be going up there if I was you. That prison is that would scare my hair all white.
It definitely has some bad omen to it.
You know where the counselor resides at, so I can go get permission to look around
Sure.
in there.
Wow.
Yeah, sure. Which councilman you looking for?
The one the sheriff told me I needed to see. I can't remember his name. Which
Well,
one?
there's Councilman Vashian Hearthmount.
That sounds right.
There's Councilman Garin, Councilwoman Murta, and Councilwoman Shonda.
Do they each have like separate like things that they deal with?
Well, no, they're just the elected officials for the town. But any one of them are basically the town council. If you're looking for one of the leaders of the town, those would be the people to talk to.
Which one do you think would give us permission to search that area?
To search the prison.
Yeah.
Why would you want to do that?
Kind of curious. It just seems like a lot of suspicious stuff goes on, and that was the last place that the professor was at before he died.
Well, okay. I don't know. Probably any of them. If they trust you enough, they'd probably give you enough permission to go up there.
Okay. Well, where's the closest one?
Closest one? Let me see. Where would the closest one be? Well, I guess if you're talking about how the crows fly or the fish swim, there's a councilwoman or councilman's house right across the river there, just to the southwest at that one building. That is Vashian Hearthmount. He and his family live there. He's a old retired military commander. Settled in Ravengo, and really he tries to train the militia and the town guard, really just to sort of maintain his military prowess. But I think these days they really just humor him.
Oh, okay.
But he you look like the kind of guy he'd probably take a liking to.
Oh,
Okay.
I appreciate that.
You got Councilwoman Murda. She's lived here her whole life. She actually used to own this tavern, and retired, sold it to me a few years ago.
Okay.
She's probably easiest to get hold of, though. She tends to keep a fairly common presence in most of the town dealings.
So was your secret recipe for dead man's chowder yours, or was it hers?
A corpse chowder? Oh, I brought that with me from the south.
Ah, okay.
That's a secret family recipe. Councilwoman Shonda is also native born. She spent time as a royal accuser. Basically, she spent time as a judge, going around various circuits, trying and passing judgment on different groups. Rumor is there was a particular portion where she let a prisoner go who she was convinced was innocent. Turned out he really wasn't. And he killed a few people. So she came back here to retire and live out her time. She's been trying to do better since then. She might be a good person, though, if you want to investigate some problems with the prison. Maybe get on her south side there.
Okay.
Okay. And then Councilman Guerin is a younger guy. He's a bit more global or regional as far as his focus. He's really the guy that all the merchants and travelers go to. So he has his ear to the ground as far as local gossip and regional gossip and things like that. Most of the other councilors tend to keep their feet firmly planted in Ravengro. Councilman Guerin is much more worldly and focuses on the external politics and so forth.
That's who I want to talk to.
Okay. Okay. So
I'd like to give how much for the bread and drinks?
silver.
Okay. I'd like to give him an extra silver.
Okay.
to-
No problem. Councilman Guerin is up here, northwest of town. If you can see where that is. It's like here. That's his house.
Okay. Are you going with me or am I going by myself?
I'll go.
Okay. So by this time, it's maybe 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
Okay.
Okay. So you guys wander up there?
Yep.
You have any lights?
Let's see.
You have low light vision. You don't have dark vision. You have dark vision too? Okay.
An adventurer's kit that included torch.
It does.
All right, so I can light a torch. Then.
Okay. So you use some torches then for light. You head up there about 9 o'clock or so. Outside of the main square, the place is pretty much nearly pitch black. It's not that dark yet, but the moon phase is it's just a thin sliver of the moon right now, so there's not much ambient light. The weather is relatively clear. You head up there. Outside of the main square, there basically are no lights. There is a lamp that's burning up here, and there's one down near the southern road too. Other than that, the streets aren't lit.
Okay.
You head up to the house. You see lights on inside, and you guys walk right up to the door. Inside, you hear guard dog rapidly start barking. Comes to the door.
Whoops.
Sound effects.
Get excited, Doge.
Yeah. A moment or two later, the door opens up. You see a pleasant-looking woman dusting some flour off her hands. Says, "Yes, can I help you?"
Yeah, is your husband in? Because it was
Yeah,
a guy, right?
Yeah, Guerin. Guerin's getting ready for bed. What can we do?
Can I just bug him for 5-10 minutes?
Can I ask what about?
Oh, I
You
have.
seem rather armed for this evening.
Oh, well,
We're-
Don't
we're-
mind that. We're adventurers.
the sheriff
um,
asked me to get permission to check out.
are you by chance Francisco?
Okay, that was completely an accident. My finger slipped.
I'm gonna have to ask you probably if it's official business. I'm gonna probably have to ask you to check in with the councilman in the morning. My husband really doesn't want to have any problems this evening.
It's not going to be a problem. I just need to speak to him for 5 minutes.
I'll just go back to the tavern so I don't cause trouble.
Okay.
If he leaves, can I speak to your husband, please?
Okay. Just come on in. She lets you into the entryway. It's a large room. There's a couple of back rooms. There's 4 or 5 kids running around making a mess. After a moment or two, you see the councilman. Like I said, he looks younger, maybe in his 30s. Steps out of the back room. She walks over and whispers something to him. He says, "Oh, greetings, traveler. I'm Councilman Guerin. How can I be of assistance?"
Well, we were trying to do some research on the professor's death, and I was just, we were trying to meddle around in the prison, and the sheriff let it be known that we probably need to get permission from you.
Oh yes, definitely. We don't want to have any lawsuits on our hands with would-be adventurers getting injured.
100%. So I was wondering if you could go ahead and let him know that we were going to be exploring that tomorrow.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do that.
What's that?
Well, see, I don't know you, and I don't know what your qualifications are. I can't just have anybody just walk around the prison for the exact same reasons we were just talking about.
Okay.
Okay. What would your qualifications be?
Qualifications are my professor was a good dear friend of mine, and something happened and no one's doing anything about it, so I'm going to do what's needed to be done.
Yeah, but the sheriff had investigated. He was killed by some falling rubble. He wasn't even at the prison.
No, you and I both know that that's not what happened.
Well, according to the official report, that's exactly what happened. Do you have any proof otherwise?
That's what I'm going to find out. And I know that you want the truth. You don't want to be meddling around with falsehoods.
Give me a diplomacy roll.
Ooh.
The dog is.
Okay. The dog has a bone. Oh well.
Guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you're certain there's something up there, I guess we could start an investigation, but really, I would need to have the authorities look into it rather than somebody else. Otherwise, it's not going to be official anyways. So why don't you stop by my office at the town hall tomorrow? We'll fill out some paperwork. We'll engage the sheriff, and I'll send him in there to take a look again and see based on whatever evidence you might have. We'll reopen the investigation.
That would be great,
Okay.
but I still want to go inside there and explore myself.
Well, I understand that, but I also have to keep public safety in mind, and I don't want you or any of your companions to get injured. From my understanding, some of your companions have already caused a bit of problems here. I really don't want to get the rest of the townsfolk upset and cause a whole scene and everything. At least not until the town starts to trust you guys a little bit better.
Do you believe that the professor died the way it's being said? I want an honest answer.
Well, I did up until just recently. I mean, if you seem very adamantly concerned that something's up.
Something is up,
Okay.
and your town is in danger, and I'm here to help. And the people that are with me are here to help.
Okay.
I need this to happen.
But I haven't seen you here in town for a very long time.
You've never seen me here.
Okay. I probably would have remembered a Shuni with a beard.
Right.
So yeah, I appreciate your passion about the issue. And like I said, I will certainly reopen the investigation with the sheriff and have him investigate. But in the meantime, I'm afraid I just can't authorize a stranger and an outsider to wander around the dangerous prison and potentially get hurt.
What do I need to prove to you that you need to let this happen? Is there any other issues that are going on in the town that you need fixed that your sheriff is not good enough to do for you?
I wouldn't say there's any specific crimes. I mean, we're just a sleepy town. Short of the death of the professor a few weeks ago, there hasn't been any problems for quite some time.
It's a sleepy town with a sleepy sheriff. I'm here to help.
I wouldn't say the sheriff's too sleepy. He seems fairly competent. He knows what he's doing.
Just your brother.
No, he is not. Now, if you can get the majority of the councilmen on your side, by all means, you'll have my vote. I mean, I'm certainly convinced there's something at foot here. That's fine. And the concern I have is I don't want a stranger to walk around and investigate it. If there truly is something that's causing this or some plot underfoot, then I want the proper authorities to look into it. Perhaps that champion of Pharasma you travel with, they might be a good source of investigation.
So if I get him to come up to you, we can go ahead and do some exploring.
If the temple blesses it, by all means. They're the ones that really maintain those grounds at this point.
Maintaining grounds of ruins that continue to fall down. Okay. Well, hey, I appreciate your time, and sorry for interrupting your evening. And
Okay. Like I said, feel free to stop by in the morning at the town hall. I'm always willing to talk to people.
okay, appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
I want to go to the next counselor's house.
Okay.
Last counselor.
You're always gonna meet him and be like, yeah, some shooty came to my house. You had a shooty come here, and everything like, yeah, there was a shooty.
You got these tools. You just sneak in their window, just like.
No, I don't want to sneak.
How's it
I
going?
want his permission to do some exploring.
I interest you in some free.
I have an
real estate.
idea.
Actually, you know what? Forget it. I'm going to head back to the tavern and tell these guys we just need to bust in.
We need to
There's
build.
absolutely nothing stopping you guys from doing that.
We need to build more
Oh.
town
Plus
trusts.
some gold.
Yeah, we.
I'm not trying to.
I have an idea. I am a dude with a gun.
Can we
Now
go
that's
to the
already
temple of
caused
Pharasma?
problems,
You can.
but
Well,
Meanwhile,
In the morning?
yeah.
I think we need to spend a few days building town trusts.
I'll let you guys know what the conversation was.
Yeah, why,
Okay.
why
I'm
we
here to
like-
tell you they're hiding something.
We're gonna be able to. We're
Well,
gonna be able
what
to do.
The Shuni is convinced there is a plot underway,
What about
and has convinced one of the councilmen that there is too. Such that now the sheriff's going to be paying extra close attention to the prison.
Conspiracy.
Hey, how about
We're gonna-
tomorrow? Like we go around town and help out around town, and then that night we can look and see if we can stop the people with the.
We need to spend more than one
And-
day. If we spend a good like
Yeah,
1 to
that's why
3
I'm saying
days
at least
up in
for.
town, we're gonna be able to have someone opportunities to go do different things.
if
Yeah.
you happen to find anything in the
Okay, so you guys spend the evening sifting through the remnants of the papers and so forth.
I try to help.
next
They're
morning
just
I'm
they're
gonna
just
try
empty
to.
parchment papers.
I'm gonna try to do a bunch of stuff
It's
to
just
kind of
blank.
clear my name, essentially. Yeah.
Then we need to build more town trusts.
I don't trust the town.
The town doesn't trust us, so it's mutual. It especially does not trust me, which is why I gotta do stuff to start clearing my name in particular.
Probably don't trust the wizard either. I mean, he did shoot.
I love how they murder. I love how they murdered
Yeah.
somebody and they straight up gave him 1 day in jail and let him out. Like
they didn't put him in jail.
No, I just went there to
They
pick
just
up my
took his
gun.
weapons.
You know, they took his weapon so he can't kill anybody while they investigate the situation.
yeah, like that's gonna do anything.
And clearly, that investigation was absolutely terrible because he would have been hung by now.
I don't understand.
I wouldn't encourage
was
that.
gonna
They
say,
may go back and reopen that case too. I
In
wouldn't-
reality, if
Hey,
this was for
Dad.
real, he would have been hung.
We can use that as a point
Tomorrow,
for this case.
Like in the
gonna
morning, I'm
encourage
going to
better
go to
cases.
the weapons
Yeah, but then
store
they might reopen my case.
and let me find what I was going to
Okay.
buy.
Sacrifices.
I'm not gonna
made.
sacrifice myself. I'm gonna shoot people on the way down.
Okay. So after you guys sort through the papers and filter through what's good, what's legible, and what's just trash at this point, you get a fairly sizable amount of background information regarding Harrowstone. So basically, that translates into a +4 on a knowledge or lore checks related to Harrowstone if you have any specific information you're looking for. There's nothing that you put a couple of pieces together and it says, here's the secret of what's going on. It's just inventory information and business paperwork
Oh shoot!
from
Yes, I
the
have my phone.
place. But if you have a specific question in mind, it would aid you as far as your knowledge and research skill roles related to it.
Upstairs.
Is there like a list of the prisoners on there?
There is.
Mulder.
Because I know he wasn't the professor looking for like one of the
Outside
prisoners,
Mulder.
The cult was looking for one of them. He was trying to figure out who that prisoner was.
Okay.
I think that was the case. So could we do an investigation to like look into the prisoner list?
Outside
And
Mulder.
look for see like the list of people. See if we can find that.
Sure.
Upstairs.
Okay, give me a. Let's see. We don't really have knowledge rules anymore. It's not arcane because not magic.
Society?
Yeah, society roll sounds good.
Plus 0.
Okay.
Society for any that we're working on it?
Yeah.
Okay. You got any society?
Oh, society.
14.
Okay.
14,
I have society.
I have society of
16.
I guess I don't actually.
16.
You wanna roll?
11.
Do you know what yours is?
I don't have society.
23 for society.
Were you there, or were you going to the councilman's house that night?
No,
He
I was
was
helping
there.
sort
Yeah, he was
through the
there.
Okay.
papers.
So what'd you get?
23.
23?
19. I have a +4 in society.
Okay.
Craig, can you look at my
21.
paper and see what my society is?
Yeah, you want me
21?
to roll?
Yeah,
You
can
got a
roll.
+1.
Okay.
A 2.
Whoa.
You know there's society.
Okay.
There is no society.
Okay. Looking through the details, you find a fair bit of information about the prisoners themselves. Originally, Harrowstone, according to the records, only housed local criminals. But as time went by in the records, it began getting more and more dangerous criminals from further and further away. Okay, basically, as the prison became more known, more notable, etc., other regions, other counties started sending their prisoners here, and as sort of a central major prison for the area. Okay. At the time of the Harrowstone fire, the number of particularly violent or dangerous criminals imprisoned within the dungeon was at an all-time high. Basically, every year they added more prisoners and more prisoners, and then at the time there was the fire, they were at like the highest capacity they'd ever been in the previous periods. Okay. The 5 most notorious prisoners, according to the records, at the time of the fire, were known as Father Charlatan, the Lopper, the Mosswater Marauder, the Piper of Illmarsh, and the Splatterman.
Splatter, man.
That someone heard flute music? Piper of. Sorry, one more time.
Okay, there was Father Charlatan, the Lopper, the Mosswater Marauder, the Piper of Illmarsh, and the Splatterman. You're not able to determine, there is no details in this paperwork of any of those people or what their crimes were, or any of their background, but there is notes that all 5 of them came to the prison within the months before it burned.
One of these journal entries says, "It is confirmed the way seemed quite interested in something. No strike that someone who was held in Harrowstone, but who specifically is the way after. I need a list of everyone who died the night of the fire. Everyone. The Temple of Pharasma must have such a list." So, obviously, he was looking into who the Whispering Way was looking for, and it was a criminal held in Harrowstone. So it could have been one of those guys.
So I already tried to get the list from the temple. They don't seem to be very forthwith currently. Again, I think the maybe if we could do a favor for them, maybe they could do a favor for us as well.
Yeah, but we do have the list of like the most notorious ones, so it's probably one of them.
That's what I'm saying. Tomorrow we just need, like, the next
To the
day, we just
Jared.
need to do a bunch of good deeds during the day. Then at
Just
night
a
we'll bust
commoner
up the
prisoner.
people. doing their-
That's not going to. It's going to take more than a day to clear our names out. and
Yeah,
make
that's
us
what I'm
trust it.
saying. Just
Now,
tomorrow.
from what you guys know, just general information, Harrowstone itself was destroyed by a fire in 4661. That's when the fire happened. Ever since, it's been a ruin and stood vacant. They've never had the money to repair it, or the money to clear it or remove it.
Why don't they
Did
check
we
the
look up
themselves?
anything for like causes of the fire, or they had any investigations like how the fire started?
In this paperwork, it wouldn't have anything like that. This is just inventory records from the prison. Now, if you had other sources, and while you guys are digging through, the daughter mentioned you guys are more than welcome to use Petros's library. He has an extensive occult library of just general materials. So if there's any subjects you want to research there, you can do so as well.
Okay. I
Okay,
feel like
just
we
his
should
own notes.
probably research like how the fire started, and then each of the prisoners. If would those be in his library, like the different prisoners they mentioned?
They might be.
Okay. Is there anything else we need from the prison books?
Not prison books, but in the library itself, if there's any maps of the surrounding area,
No.
no.
No, the prison records you guys gained were purely inventory and membership
I
type
mean,
stuff
in his library.
in his library. Okay, yeah. He has he doesn't have any maps per se. I mean the one map that he left in his box is about as detailed as he has as far as maps. Now the daughter recommends if you guys are going to if you want to do some research, obviously his library has quite a bit of material depending on the topic you're looking for. She also recommends you might be able to get some information from the town hall. They kept census numbers and a lot of records from those days. And if one of the councilmen is willing to assist you, then you might be able to get some further information there. Or
And she hasn't been in town for
She-
years prior, right?
correct, yeah, she arrived shortly after her father died.
And she's been gone for.
Yeah.
And where was she at?
She lived elsewhere. She returned. I mean, similar to the rest of you, she came here after she heard that her father had died.
It's kind of weird that she would just never visit for years, right?
I mean, it's not that she never visited. She would be here occasionally. She just didn't live here. She came back after her father died to clean up his affairs and take care of the house and so forth. And per the stipulation in his will, you guys have to stick around for 30 days to make sure that she's okay, which will give her enough time to take care of the affairs, deal with the house, etc., and then she can go on her way, and so forth. She also recommends Temple of Pharasma has extensive notes on the town's history, and as well as anything that might deal with both Harrowstone as well as any mystical information. Okay, and then in town there is the schoolhouse. It doubles as a magic shop and there's a tinkerer that runs the place, who's well known for having an interest in arcane arts, known as the Unfurling Scroll. He keeps an extensive library of arcane materials that might be useful as well.
So one more thing that we could look at, could we try to find anything about like the prison sentencing, like because in the one haunt it was like the coldness of the people like, being sentenced to death. Is there anything we could look in the papers to try to find out anything about that?
About the only thing you note is it seems like the number of people that were put to death was higher than what would be typical. Now that might just be because they had the worst of the worst criminals, or it might be that the judges were particularly cold and distant and didn't want to deal with them. Okay, but a number of people were put to death in the prison as a result of their crimes. Okay.
We have time tonight to look through Petros's library too.
You can dig through it, but at this point, I would say you probably have used your time digging through the notes, sorting those and everything. But you can certainly spend the next day if you want to dig through it for other information.
Okay. Yeah, I think I want to look through his. I don't know about anyone else, but I want to look through his library tomorrow.
What does the daughter think of his stuff?
It's very tragic and sad, but he
She
was.
doesn't think that there's anything suspicious.
She doesn't. She doesn't. her thought, as far as it being suspicious, is based more off of what you guys seem to be responding. I mean, she's obviously picking up on that vibe that there's something going on. But until you guys arrived, having really rarely met any of you, she didn't have any thoughts of it. She was told her father died in an accident. She was here to pick up his stuff. Now, he's always been an adventurer. He's messed around with a lot of things he probably shouldn't have in his life. She's not surprised he died because, honestly, there was a few times in his life she thought he was going to die on an adventure here or there beforehand. The fact that he made it this long is more a testament of his skill and luck than anything else. But no, for all indications, based on what the sheriff had told her when she arrived, there didn't seem to be anything amiss. I mean, perhaps unusual, maybe coincidental, but nothing sinister about it.
How did that sheriff know that we were there?
We're a large group of people.
Well, apparently we were reported by someone, but who would be reporting us while we were there? Like, isn't it?
They seriously headed up to the one road that goes to the prison.
Yeah, the only thing up the road is the prison.
No.
The
So
sheriff
then,
is the Lich King.
I'm sure. I don't trust the sheriff. I don't trust them all.
Well, I'm gonna go to bed for the night.
Okay.
Maybe it has a ring.
So, following morning, what would you guys like to do? I know you said you wanted to go to a weapon or the general store.
Yes, I was going to buy a where was it?
Sure.
A halberd.
Okay. They have an old halberd sitting in the corner. They'll sell it. Not a problem.
Healing potions, just general
I believe 25 gold.
That's why.
Wizard of Life, like the beginner one, is like 3 gold.
Might be cheaper, yeah. They're not super expensive.
But it's only like a D6 for the 3 gold one.
Well, it's still something.
Jeremy
But,
the Younger.
Like
Murdo.
a minor, just like those.
okay.
You said that D6?
I think.
Four
I think so.
Here.
Minor healing potions do D8. I'm not sure the elixir.
Elixirs of life are D6 and then a +1 on saving throws for a minute.
He's going for cheap.
You said those are. How much are those?
4 gold.
4 gold for the miners.
Yeah.
For the level 1.
Yeah, they refer you to Jaminda's apothecary for those. The town herbalist has a supply of herbal and alchemical products. Any level 1, 2, or 3 alchemical items he sells and or can mix up.
I want to purchase one of those.
Okay.
Yeah, the minor one does D6 and it costs 3. And then the minor healing potion
It's 4.
is 4 and does D8.
I just bought a minor
Healing potion.
healing potion. So,
Healing potion or
It's
elixir
not
of
an
life?
elixir of life. It's a
Healing potion. Okay.
well,
And that's 3 gold, you said?
I
The
said
minor
4
healing
gold.
potion is 4.
No, I'd rather have the elixir. I can get 2 of those, and then I have no gold left. That would be great.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get 2 elixirs.
2 elixirs for 6 gold?
Right.
Okay. She charges you 5 gold and comments that she heard that you're investigating the death of the professor. She claims she's known him for many years. She was quite fond of him, and was very surprised when he died. He was always so very careful, especially around ruins and artifacts and things like that. And is glad somebody is taking up the mantle to investigate and bring to light whatever dire threat would have killed such a great man.
Thank you. I'd like to pick her brain a little bit then. As far
Okay.
as
Does your
is
questioning?
there any-
Thanks for the discount. Answer my question.
No, thank you. No, I appreciate it. But I mean, Did he visit you before he went over to the ruins by any chance?
I spoke to him a few times.
Did he buy some healing potions also before he went over there?
No, but I've provided him supplies in the past.
Yeah, he was a good man. I just
He last few months he seemed very cagey. There was something going on that he was looking at that he didn't really want to discuss with any detail.
You think there
I
was
could-
anybody he could have discussed it with?
In town, I'd be his closest associate. I know in years past he used to travel with a dwarf on one of his adventures. They might have had some information, but I haven't seen that dwarf until recently. I mean, he returned to town a couple of days ago.
Oh, where's he at?
I think he's wandering the town with you guys.
Which one's? Oh, it's part of it.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
What's
it's
the
one of the.
backstory? What's your backstory?
Oh, I can go get the backstory. But
You don't know your backstory.
no, I know the backstory. But basically, I was with at this military base in the Five Kings Mountains, which is like the dwarf country, basically. And it was attacked by these giants that tried to destroy it. And the professor was researching the giants because they were shadow giants and they use occult magic. So, he came with us to research them and found out that they were going to destroy the base. So we killed all the giants and stopped their invasion. And after that, I basically just traveled around with them, got interested in like researching stuff. I'm a barbarian, everyone thinks I can't read, but he got me interested in like, searching about mysteries. There's always like another perspective to something. So, stuff like that, like occult things, and I'm not trained in it. I just find it interesting.
But see,
So
we don't
you've been
know.
on adventures with me.
Yeah,
We don't, because my backstory has adventures with him, and I'm a dwarf as well.
Yeah.
either one. Of us.
Which one is it?
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. The other thing of note, since I know some of you were paying attention to that aspect, early in the morning, there is more disturbances near the town square. Another letter
Missed it.
was written on the gazebo area. A bloody S. Underneath it was left a chopped up corpse of a cat where the blood is believed to have come from.
So we got 3 letters down.
VES.
Yep.
Best.
Actually, all the word best.
Yeah.
More cats.
That's right. Don't forget your cat fest.
Maybe he just wants it. We just need to give him that.
All right, so out of luck on the every
I wanna-
Friday night.
Okay, because obviously they're not trying to track down these villains at all either.
What villains?
They're
The Vandals.
The Vandals?
Right.
Well,
Cat killers.
up until today, we thought it was kids.
Well, now, what kids would mutilate a cat and use it to
And that's our problem. We don't think it's kids anymore.
Man, there's some
It's
pretty
that
messed up
shady
people in
sheriff.
this world.
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
Why are you so active?
Yeah, the sheriff and his deputies are there. I mean, they spot him going into the herbalist shop, but other than that, they're focused on cleaning up the blood that's been splattered on the center.
Hey, Dad.
Can we try to
We're trying to figure out what this
track down? Is there any way to like see if there's a trail of something? Something.
Oh no, it's in the main square of the town. I mean, there's foot traffic everywhere.
Right. No luck of like somebody's footprint being blood from the cat tracking. Like
No. No, in the packed dirt and everything, there's no tracks you can follow.
So then, what's the current pattern of when they're going?
There isn't a pattern now
Oh,
because that was night 6. Last one was on night 4. The first one was on
okay.
night
So,
So there's no pattern.
okay. So the
3,
problem.
2. There you go. That could be a pattern.
So we'll check it out again tonight.
Yeah.
We need to just. I got an idea. We need to start sleeping in the day,
because
and then at nighttime we stake out.
Yes, yeah, they're all there.
They totally won't think we're vampires.
Anyone can change their sleep schedule to sleep all morning and then at nighttime.
Hey, Dad.
Yes.
What does versatile S mean? What? That's a trait for the halberd.
You can do slashing damage or
Oh,
whatever other damage.
That
it
just
does.
means slashing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So I'd like to go track down Rocky and Hardmo.
Who? Okay.
The councilman, the military commander,
Okay.
and see if he's willing to have a conversation.
Okay. He is at this building right here. You can see where it is. That's his homestead. See it right there? Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Nope. Nope. It is
Oh, it's
that one. Right there.
Need a bigger picture.
That's his. Yeah.
I can ping.
Yeah, that's what I pinged. Yeah, that's it. That's his homestead. He runs that farm there with his family. So you wander over there in the morning. Okay.
I'll go
Is he
to.
outdoors or is he?
Oh yeah, he's watching a couple of farm hands tend the crops. Sitting there on has a chair and a pipe and his cane next to him. Looks at you. He's the same guy who went to the funeral, and then actually is the one that read the will. This hello again.
Greetings.
You
Sir.
guys still here in town?
Yes. We told us we.
The will said that. I'm surprised you guys decided to stick around.
Yeah,
Travelers don't normally hang out here for that long.
I was just trying to honor my brother's wishes, and make sure my niece is well taken care of before she moves on or decides to stay. Whatever.
Very honorable.
We went up to the prison last night.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sheriff put a report in this morning.
Oh, good.
Can't be doing that.
No, I totally understand. I understand that you guys don't want people up there just wandering around through there. Someone could get hurt.
That's right.
Makes absolute sense. Was hoping while I'm here, I don't have much else to do. I hear that you run the militia for the town. Keep everything
Why,
in
yes,
tip-top shape.
they look to my expertise.
I totally understand. I mean, it makes absolute sense.
That's right. I'm a military man by trade.
Yes, I can see that. I can see that in the cut of your jib to begin with when I first met you.
Okay.
Um,
You looking to sign up?
Well, not sign up so much as maybe assist you. If it was something that would be helpful, if there was something that the militia is attempting to handle that I could assist in.
Well, admittedly, Ravengo doesn't really have a whole lot of need for militia. I mean, the half dozen volunteers we got. I mean, we do some drills every now and then, but there hasn't been any problems for a good long time. So, admittedly, as much as I try to keep them disciplined and trained and up to speed and everything, I don't know if it's going to really be much productive benefit to train them. But you're more than welcome to put them through their paces. Might be good to see put some real discipline in them.
I could train him too. I was a conquistador, or basically a soldier in my backstory.
You can't touch them.
What?
Right.
Yeah. They're soldiers.
Just
Yeah.
make up an excuse to shoot them.
Well, no, I'm saying they could easily just stab or hit me back.
You obviously know the area. If you've been here quite a while, do you happen to know of any area called Ilmarsh?
Ilmarsh. Yeah, there's a region west of here, I think.
Is it quite a distance or is it nearby?
Oh yeah, it's a swampland on the western side of Ustalov. Used to go by Ilmarsh. I don't know if it's still called that or not.
And it is straight west from here.
Yeah, it's like a couple of counties over.
Well, we've seen reports of sturges in the area, and I know that they love the marshland. So I thought maybe it was coming from someplace as horrible as that.
I guess it's possible. I don't know. I don't know much about sturges.
Is it a multiple day trek there? Or
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Best take a coach if you want to go over to Ilmarsh.
Is there a coach that usually goes
Not from here.
Typically, yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think so.
We're kind of a backwater town here. We don't really have much. Just the road you guys walked in on.
Was there anybody in town that could use some help while we're here? I have wait for paperwork for my niece and whatnot, but we are available to assist while we're waiting because there's only so much we can do.
Well, the sheriff was talking about how he's kind of at his wit's end with this vandalism at the town square. He might be interested in some assistance there.
All right.
Like I said, we haven't had any real serious problems for quite a few years. So, I mean, if he was thinking it was just kids, but I don't think kids would be killing cats.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I know with us being we haven't been in town. Some of us for many years. Some of us not at all.
Yeah, Petros always complained you never visited enough.
Yeah, he was just as absent as I was. I was wondering with us wandering around town at night, if we were to assist with that, I wouldn't want to cause a stir with the townsfolk. Could we get the council's permission to be out in town late at night? I don't want to cause any issues.
I'd be up to the sheriff. I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
As long as you guys aren't causing problems.
No, just trying to. I'm more than happy to help stop those despicable vandals. I said it puts such a hamper on the town.
Yeah, clear with the sheriff. Otherwise, you guys are fine.
All righty. Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay.
I'm sure.
Okay. He goes back to his pipe and continues to watch the farmhands
I
work.
like the idea of training them.
Wanna
much.
go
I can
to
train them to use
the one
gunpowder
girl.
weapons.
Yeah, but you
Okay.
don't have to buy a bunch of gunpowder and weapons.
That would be.
Basic weapons. I've worked. They aren't that expensive in an item shop. I would
That
just
would
use
be
one
Councilman Shonda, Councilwoman Shonda. Okay, and she is located. Where is she? Her house is actually just up the street, right here. That's her house. You wander over there. She's outside tending the garden while several kids play in the back. A couple of farmhands working the fields. She looks up. Greetings.
How we doing?
Shoonie. Haven't seen Shoonies in these parts.
Yeah, well, I make my way around every once in a while.
Yeah. I do appreciate you coming by early in the day rather than at night. Garen was commenting how he's disturbed late at night. Much preferable. My kids get to bed early.
I don't think he was disturbed. It was.
And he said something about you were concerned about a plot. Now I'd be cautious. I have from personal experience. It's not good to pass around claims and accusations unless you got real proof.
I know, but I'm having trouble finding proof because I'm not allowed to do what I need to do to find that. All I want is permission to go into those ruins. That's all I want. I want permission to go into those ruins and find out what's going on.
What? Into the ruins of Harrowstone?
Yes.
Well, what do you hope to find there?
I don't know, but I do know that that was the last place that the professor was before he died.
Well,
I think I'm gonna.
well,
find
no, the professor died on the road.
Yeah. I don't buy it.
Okay. Well, I guess I can support you going into the prison, but I kind of need to understand why you think that he would have been in there.
That's what I'm gonna go find out. There's something in that prison that needs to be brought to light.
Well, okay. I guess.
Well, I appreciate that. If you can let the sheriff know, that would be wonderful.
Just you?
No, some friends, because I don't like to travel by myself 100% of the time. I'd like to have some people with me.
He's a pack animal.
Well, I don't know. You guys got the proper gear, right?
I hope so. Why? Is there something that you think I need extra?
I don't know. If you guys are going to wander around a ruined building, you might want some safety gear.
Oh yeah. As far as the safety gear, we're good.
Okay. Well, I definitely would go during the day.
I agree.
Let's do that.
Okay. Guess if you guys really want to wander around, just need to sign some paperwork.
Okay.
We could make it happen. Otherwise, occasionally when people decide to go up there, but
When you spoke to your other councilman, do you believe what I know that he had to tell you what we were talking about?
he seemed fairly convinced by your argument last night. That something was up. He said he was going to talk to the sheriff, but sheriff unfortunately has his hands full with this other problem that he has over in town.
Yeah, those vandals. I'd like to help catch those people too.
Okay, I'm sure the sheriff would welcome any assistance.
Awesome. What papers do we need to sign?
Down at the town hall.
Okay.
Meet me there this afternoon. We'll take care of all that stuff.
Okay.
Maybe we could get the one guy's militia to help us with the vandals.
Okay. What's everybody else doing?
They're researching the library.
Okay, you're going to the library to research some more.
Yeah.
Okay.
The professor's library. Sorry.
Okay, so you're just spending the day there. And what are the rest of you guys doing? Some people were going to the councilman. I'm sorry, you were what?
Library.
The professor's library?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and find ways to help around the town.
Okay. Just wander around the town, look for odd jobs.
I want to help him.
Okay. The two dwarfs walk around town.
I'm a
With you?
kobold.
The kobold, the dwarf, and the cat folk.
I'll also help around town just so I can kind of clear my name out so people don't think of me as a murderer anymore.
Okay.
I want to go talk to the sheriff about the writing
You're
and
going
stuff that
negative
keep
off.
appearing.
Okay. So the four of you walking around town, trying to find odd jobs, things to help out the villagers and everything. For the most part during the day, the village is no more different than any other one. I mean, a bit overcast, bit sullen looking people and so forth. They all seem to give a shifty look towards the gunslinger when you guys walk by. Like they're trying to keep an eye on him, but not necessarily make him angry. But for the most part, the town otherwise just goes about its business. At one point, as you guys are walking by, you see some children just playing in the street, skipping rope. You pause briefly to listen to their song. It leaves you feeling a little bit weird as you listen to the words.
Take a knife and mop her head. Watch the blood come out the pipe. Pizza stirs so nice and dry. Watch the bread so sparkly bright. Sliders fall and they
Can you turn it up? I can't understand the words.
so white. And now he wants to clean away. Trixie Father taught the put her body on the bed. Take a knife and mop her head. Watch the blood come out the pipe. Pizza stirs so nice and dry. Watch the bread so sparkly bright. Sliders fall and name just right. With the hammer filled his wife. Now he wants to clean away. Trixie Father taught her life. It's simple as you. Put her body on the
They're skipping rope to the
Take a
song.
knife.
Could I go question them about this?
Yeah, like where'd you learn
Sure.
the song?
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead. Kill Griffin.
You walk up to them and they immediately stop and drop the rope to the ground and just sort of look at you.
How are you guys?
We're okay. They keep looking at him.
Don't mind him.
I just step in front of him like
Don't mind him. I just have a question. I heard that song you're singing. Where'd you hear it from?
My brother?
Your brother.
They pointed to one of the other kids.
Can I ask him?
Yeah.
Where'd you get that song from?
This is the skipping song.
What is it about?
I don't know. It's what we use when we skip rope.
Do you guys have know the meaning of this song, or is it things you guys sing?
No, just words.
You,
They rhyme. They sound good.
have you guys, by any chance, where might have you picked this up from? Who might have taught you that song?
All the kids sing this song.
All the kids?
Yeah.
Where?
I learned it from my mom. She said Gran used to sing it when she was a kid.
Yeah. Give us some bad reputation. We don't want to be harassing children.
Okay, well,
Let's just
thank
continue.
you. You guys have a great day.
I mean, kids for centuries have always sung.
They scoop up their rope and run off.
Can I?
Yeah, ring around the rosy.
That's about the plague. I mean, really.
I mean,
It really
always been
takes you
some
an age to
stir.
build right now.
Yeah. You listen to kids' nursery rhymes and you read the backgrounds of
Yeah,
them.
no,
They're
no.
very disturbing. But yeah, that's the idea of this. This is a kids' nursery rhyme that's been passed down through the ages.
I go to the doctor's library now and look through books to see if I can find something on that nursery rhyme.
Sure. You can head back over to the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to continue looking for helpful things.
Okay. You guys keep wandering around town looking for stuff. So meanwhile, at the library, what were you guys looking for?
I was trying to research the different prisoners and like their different backstories for.
Okay. So give me which prisoner in particular are you looking for?
So there's the wasn't there like a priest guy like Father?
They're charlatan.
Yeah, I'll try him.
Okay.
Do I get the bonus from the other paper +4?
You tell me what your total is. I'll apply any bonuses you get.
Okay. Natural 20.
A natural 20. Okay.
No, just 20.
Oh, just a 20? Not a
Yeah,
natural 20?
It's a natural 20, but I don't have any society bonus,
Okay.
so it's just natural 20.
Okay. You are the only thing you find. Okay, you find Father Charlatan was not technically a serial killer. However, his crimes were so blasphemous that several churches demanded that he be punished to the full extent of Ustalav law. He claimed to be an ordained priest of numerous different faiths. In fact, he was a traveling con artist who used faith as a mask and a means to rob the faithful out of money in payments for false miracles or cures. Okay. He became known as Father Charlatan after his scheme was exposed and his Skarsny accomplices murdered half a dozen city guards in an attempt to make their escape. Okay, at which point the churches all excommunicated him, and he was sent to Harrowstone prison to live out what was left of his days.
Okay, so he's more.
Yeah, but a con artist at extreme.
Yeah.
As far as the crimes he did.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll research was it like the Piper of the
Piper of Vilmarsh?
Yeah, that guy.
Okay, give me a roll.
Do you want to roll too? Since you're researching.
Whoever's there researching can roll.
Thank you.
So after these first two, then you arrive and you can join them.
I'm just saying, I
so
couldn't
it's
understand
+3.
anything about nursery rhymes.
Nursery rhymes, they're hard to understand.
Talk about it.
That's okay.
Oh, I got a 3.
You got a 3? Okay. Okay, yeah, you guys aren't able to find anything useful regarding the Piper.
Yeah, the ladder guy.
Okay. Carter, you want to roll too?
That's how you interesting.
Yeah, +1. 11 for me.
14.
14.
Yeah, nothing in the paperwork gives you any indication about him.
The others?
There was
Lopper?
the Lopper.
Yeah, I'll do the Lopper.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's the one they just looked for.
I'll do the Lopper.
23.
3.
7.
Like, got a 3.
The Lopper was a serial killer. When he stalked prey, he was known to hide in the most unlikely of places, sometimes for days upon end, with only a few supplies to keep him going, while he waited for the exact right moment to strike. Once his target was alone, he would emerge to savagely behead his victim with a hand axe.
You get a 4 home.
And wasn't the cat beheaded?
No, just got it.
It was just mutilated so they could use the blood to right.
Is that like anything else? Like any
That's
criminal
all.
connections?
No, that's all you get regarding the lopper himself.
And then there was like a marsh guy.
Yep, the Mosswater Marauder.
12,
No,
12?
7.
13.
No, you guys can't find anything about him. The lopper's real name, his real name was Vance say Tressel, and Father Charlatan was Suffolk Corvin.
Lucky you jumped out of the books and chopped your head off.
Corvin.
Anyone else Trinity
Okay.
Society?
I am.
The other things that you got while you guys were doing the research and everything, digging through the books, you get some more information regarding the background of the Harrowstone building itself. It was built in 4594. So it's lasted, 70 years? 75 years or so? Ravengo was founded at the same time as a place where the guards and their families could live that would produce food and supplies used by the prison. The fire that killed all of the prisoners and most of the guards destroyed a large portion of the prison's underground eastern wing, but left most of the stone structure above relatively intact. It's said that the prisoner's warden perished in the fire along with his wife, although no one knows why she was in the prison when the fire occurred. Okay. A statue commemorating the warden and the guards who lost their lives was built in the months after the tragedy. The statue still stands on the riverbank just outside of town. That's the one that you guys had seen down over here. I think it was. I forget where the road is. I think it's over here.
We know anything about like how the fire might have started? Like
Nothing you found so far.
no like weather, like lightning strike or anything like that.
According to the rumors and stories, it started somewhere in the basement.
In the
Right.
Is there anything we can look at like about the basement? Like any like what it was used for, any maps?
No, there's no maps or records that remain that you guys have found. Anything like that might be in the town hall, if they've kept records that far.
Electrical fire.
Well, actually, yeah. Is there anything else we need about this? Because if there's nothing else we can think of, I can try to go to the town hall and find.
Now, functionally, when you're doing research, you can do whatever research you want at each location. If you fail it, you're not going to be able to find anything from there, but you can try again at the other locations from a mechanic standpoint.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else, so I think if no one has anything else, I'll go to the town.
Okay, I would say that's pretty much use your day searching for that, looking through that information at that point. You guys wander around looking for odd jobs and everything. You help some of the locals with some miscellaneous tasks, things like that. They warm up somewhat to you. They're still a little nervous around you, but at least you've given a few of them the impression that you guys are helpful and not just going to shoot them in the face. So that's a plus.
Good start.
Should we do tomorrow again?
You end up filling out some paperwork at town hall with the councilwoman. She fills out your paperwork, and basically it comes down to you relieve the town of any and all threats, concerns, etc. in the event of your injury or untimely death. And in the event of your death, all would-be properties that you have will be taken as property by the city itself, by the town. Basically, they keep any of your stuff if you get killed on town property. Don't come to them to get hurt. Otherwise, you guys are free to do what you wish as far as that. Although, if you are causing any obvious damage or destruction, then you're still subject to town rules and so forth. You can't just go and demolish the place. Okay. Any treasures or valuables you take out of the prison or wherever in the surrounding areas around Harrowstone are subject to the standard tax of 10% paid to the city.
Okay.
Okay. So, but with that, she said, "Yeah, as far as she's concerned, you guys are taking the risk on yourself. You're welcome to go in there if you really wish to."
So I let everyone know that, hey, we got permission.
Okay.
And you guys are ready.
That evening, you guys gather back up and compare notes.
Sheriff?
Sheriff, yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you wanted to talk to the sheriff? Yes.
Yeah.
I
See if he-
would.
See if he wanted, if he's okay with us staking out and trying to stop these horrible vandals.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay.
I'm not really sure what to do about him. I mean, we've been. I only got a couple of deputies, so we can't really watch the place all the time. So you guys got a plan?
Yep. We were gonna take shifts and try to stake this out. It seems like they keep coming back to the same place to do this.
Sure.
Some of us are gonna stake it out at night and see if we can catch these kids or whoever. You said you don't think it's kids anymore?
I'd be surprised if it's kids.
Yeah,
Kids don't generally do that. Now, if it is kids, or even if it's not kids, don't be shooting them.
Okay, so you
Right,
want them
right.
captured alive.
Well,
Yeah.
vandalism. We're not.
Yeah, yeah. He stresses this is not a capital crime. It's disturbing. We wanted to stop. I got other things my deputies could be doing. If you guys are willing to take this on, that's great. But yeah, don't just shoot the first guy you see on the street.
You happen to have an extra pair of manacles just in case. That way, if we do get somebody
Sure.
to be able to.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
he gives you a
Thank
pair of manacles and a key.
So we're allowed to take these guys into custody.
Any idea what
basically?
the letters or what the letters mean?
No clue
Is there any
Okay.
magical properties of it?
Otherwise,
of the
they're
letters.
Yes.
Do you have detect magic?
Yes.
No,
Okay.
there are none.
So,
None that you're able to detect at least.
Have the writings?
is there a way to non-shoot
Nope.
someone?
Is this the first time the writings have ever shown up over here?
Yes, we have. There's never been any problem like this in the past.
So
that-
it's
that
only
he
been
can
since
recall.
the professors died that the writings have.
Well, the professor
Period.
died about 2 or 3 weeks before the campaign started. It started the day the first letter appeared the morning after the funeral. Right.
So specifically,
Is
am
there
I allowed to,
anything
if they
special
begin to
about the
run,
shed at all?
am I
About the
allowed
what?
to aim
Like
for
the
their
actual
feet?
building it's on?
It's a gazebo or a
their
pavilion in the
feet
center
are.
of the town.
No
The
shooting.
letters are being
Can I
drawn
bump them
on
like that?
a
No,
like a
like-
stone
like-
wall,
Nobody
like a
knows
little
anything.
stone wall or whatever.
no, just
The most notable thing is that they're really hard to get off.
That's different.
I mean, they scrub and scrape and so
Okay.
forth,
Yeah.
and most of it they can remove, but there seems
It's
to
like
be
stained.
remnants, stained on
hog tie and then take them to the sheriff's.
it. Okay.
it is not blood, right? Like that.
Yes, it is blood.
But if it's some sort of undead creature or something like that, then it's fair game if I want to use the boom with that.
I don't think it's luck work with the cat still has that.
I think we need to find a key to this book.
Maybe that key that they just got doesn't fit. Okay.
Just about access.
Why
Does
don't we
this
just
work?
break the lock?
We
Because
searched
you
the
might
whole
damage the
town.
book.
I have thieves tools. Could I bust open
No,
the
just
lock?
move the lock to the
I
side.
don't know. Can you bust open the lock?
They want it to go to a museum, so we probably should.
Okay.
All
It
these
is?
We might get.
all these books were supposed to go to a museum.
Right.
We weren't supposed to open.
Well,
any.
yeah, but they probably don't want it disturbed.
We already disturbed all the other books.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we
We
didn't.
And
can
the
still
public
send them
papers
to a
on.
museum.
Well,
There's
we can
nothing
just
stating that
lock
we
And I
couldn't read
want it
them
with the
first.
lock on.
Well, if we take the lock
You,
off,
you guys are gathered back at Petrus's
Well,
house at this point.
It
so.
doesn't necessarily mean it will break the lock.
Well, if we pick the lock, can you still like put the lock back on? Does it
Sure.
still work?
we can just buy another
Let me
lock.
pick
and
that.
we do.
Yeah.
I'm not even
Just
a
wanna
thief.
pick it.
Let me
If that
try.
doesn't work, I can shoot the
Just
lock
don't
off.
break your thieves' tools.
Hmm?
Don't break your thieves' tools.
Why? It's not going to be.
Oh, did we
If
all
you get a
another
critical
reroll
fail, you
today?
break.
Yeah, every game we play, you get a reroll until you need it, until you use it up. What you get?
A one.
A
I'll
one.
give him my reroll.
Yeah, it's a tough lock. You start working on it, and you hear a chink. And you realize the tip of your lockpick is broken off. Now that you have extra uses of them, it doesn't completely destroy the kit.
Okay.
Okay, it just gives you a cumulative penalty until you get it repaired.
Okay.
He said
You can go ahead and use my reroll.
Okay.
What's your thievery bonus?
Because we get that,
That's
way it worked. We get the refillable one every session.
Correct.
Okay.
You get your life-saving one. That's it. You use it, it's gone. Okay. That as long as you have that point, you get a reroll once a game session that you can use on any roll out there. Now, that being said, for locks, you have simple locks would be like a fence padlock or something, which you can open trivially if you can make the difficulty. Okay, one action, no problem. Or you have complex locks, which take multiple successes, of which this appears to be one of those. Okay, it's always going to be at least 3 successes against whatever difficulty class it is. Target
Things
number.
Dangerous. They probably put a good lock on there.
Right. It definitely looks like a quality lock. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be any reason why you couldn't pick it if you can roll well enough.
Does anybody else have an
Now, I don't know what your skill is.
It's just +4. But
Okay, so if you have somebody that's better at picking
is
locks,
anybody better at picking locks? I don't think
Is
we
there a
have any rogues.
the entire group of 10 characters is no rogue.
Wow.
I've got lock picking skills, but I can shoot the lock off.
Okay.
Alright, 3 rolls.
Yep.
Right?
You have to get 3 successes minimum.
Alright. So
Okay,
let's-
so the first one you want 1 reroll.
1 reroll, and if I mess up here, we'll just say I can't. do it.
Okay,
17
17. Okay, total.
total.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't get a success.
All right, so we're not gonna.
Okay. Hang on to
It's
it.
the lock seems to be more complex than your skills will allow
I'm
at
not
this
a
point.
thief, guys.
Right, you're a monk.
Is there any thieves in this? Is there any
20.
lockpicks or locksmiths in this?
Hey, anyone want to lockpick this book?
You steadily work your way away from asking for thieves. No, there does not. There doesn't seem to be a locksmith in town. There's a blacksmith, which would be about the closest.
Could they unlock it? Or forge a new order book?
Let me try and get plus 3. You're not trained in thievery. You have to be trained to.
Where
Take
my
a lock,
blunderbuss
train
is
only.
versatile, which means I can take the
Yeah,
stock of it
plus
and bang it and crush it to
You're
lock
not
it.
spending the
Sure.
And destroy the book.
You're going to
I don't think it's gonna
If
destroy
we
the
can't
book.
Yes, it
take
will.
If we can't take the lock, we're not gonna
Yeah,
deal
we're,
with it.
we're fine.
Well,
Unless we
wait,
have
we'll
those
take it.
giant lawn clobbers, we're not gonna bang the book open.
I mean, I personally don't care what happens to it, but the museum might be like, "Hey, the lock's gone. What happened to it? We're not going to give you your reward."
No, they make us pay for a new lock.
Yeah, they're probably going to.
You have to pay the library fee then.
Yeah, really, it's going to be an
10 cents damaged book.
Well, but it's overdue because it's really old.
I know.
Yeah.
So who has dark vision?
Me.
I do.
Okay, so go. Or
Yeah.
Hey, we can do.
That's who we need to have
The
scouting
goblin does
that area.
too.
Goblin
Hey,
does
we
too.
can do that.
Yeah.
We can do
For,
that in
for
town.
what?
That's
It'd
in
be
there.
either staking it out or what?
That's what I was getting at.
Well,
Like,
there's lanterns around the area, isn't
so
there?
people are
Times
coming up
Square?
in
There is.
the
Yeah,
light
there are
area.
there are street lamps in the center square.
Okay, so low light vision from a distance would still
Sure.
be able to see. Okay.
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Okay.
I have low light.
Then
so-
who would like to stay up all night? The first time. 'Cause
Well,
we're
we
gonna
could
have to
always
split in half.
take shifts and stuff like
I
that.
was figuring if one of us did it one night and one of us did it the next. That way, the other one could rest during the day. You guys could the other group could accomplish things during the day, and we don't end up fatigued.
Sure.
'Cause
All
that
I'll
becomes
stay.
a-
I'll stay up the night then.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
As long
stay
as
up.
I can go to the.
Well, we can
li-
do
the town hall in the morning.
Well, we could just do it.
I'm gonna
at the house
do
in the town
good deeds in the
square, and
morning,
then
just miscellaneous good deeds.
So let you sleep then tonight.
Okay, so some of you are going to stay up the night and watch the town square.
I'd be willing to
And
take
I'm
a shift. I
thinking
want
of
to stay up
book.
all night.
I'm gonna stay up all night.
Okay, so if
Yeah,
you're going to
decide.
if you're going to watch the town square, move your pieces elsewhere on the board. Then I guess so we identify who it is.
Anybody else wants to stay up?
I'll stay up.
No one wants to go to the prison.
I want
I
to
don't
go
want to go to
to
prison in the middle
I'll
of
go
the
to the
night.
prison in the middle of the night with you.
This is
Okay.
pretty.
Last time me and you went on an adventure, we
Listen, I have a disrupt on set disrupt undead spell. Is it strong enough?
Yeah, right.
I actually
Well, it
want to
can
research
stop
the town
it.
hall, so and then the next day.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna be
I'll
doing
do that.
random good deeds to try to build more trust.
So yeah, we like
Maybe-
definitely
But then that's when
stay out
gonna
into the
come.
shadows and
Safe
the
now.
alleyways.
not allowed to kill.
Okay.
I don't
Are we gonna
think
stay together, guys, or
I
are we
don't
gonna
think-
split up
I was
into
a
different
little
alleyways?
bit
Put a
around
rock in the.
Okay.
you
Yeah.
can shoot the rock.
What you're
Well,
yeah? What? How are you guys going to approach this?
I didn't think
I'd
you
rather
could
surround a big bullet.
Yeah, around. If it's a city square, we've got the space around it that where that gazebo type, whatever, right?
We should be like a decent far away from it too.
Yeah.
Well, what if one of us catches them? Are we gonna have to just solo it?
No,
Yeah.
I'm a
we can all
spellcaster and I
see.
can't kill them.
We can all see.
Yeah.
You can do non-lethal damage with spells.
Yeah.
Well,
I think you have to take a peek. At
Can I
You
the
got
say-
a non-lethal
can I say
attack, don't you?
something?
Yes, Ben.
You have your fist.
Why don't we
Yeah,
rent a
watch it.
house and
You're a
then
dwarf.
like one of us?
How much money you
I
got?
have a dwarven war axe.
Yeah.
I got
There you go.
We ain't got money to rent a
Well,
house,
Non-lethal.
buddy.
why don't we just like
No,
spread out
stop.
around the town square?
That's
Or
what
do
we're
a
Well,
thing
we're
that
gonna
like we
have-
sleep during the day,
Andy,
when we're up
zero.
during
We're
the
gonna
day.
we're gonna have to be hidden because no one goes out at night.
right. That's what I'm saying. Is instead of us being in the middle too, like if we all stay back to the shadows, we can all
You
see.
can hide in bushes and alleyways. and
Right.
stuff.
We can see when people
Okay.
come in.
So zoom in a little bit on the town square.
There you go. Yeah.
Discounting the group icon. Tell me where you guys are going to go. Yeah, that's awfully close. You
Well,
don't have
you said to get close.
Understood.
That'll do it.
Now it's obviously not 5 feet per square. It's actually more like 50 feet per square.
Where my
So-
guy is exactly where I'll be.
Okay.
That helps.
So why don't I do?
It is still 50 per square.
Then
Yes,
you wanna
the
go to, like,
icons are a bit
bushes,
much bigger.
Oh, you want to be here? Okay.
alleyways.
Sorry.
So let me scale them down to what's
You want to be over here?
0.5,
Is that the square right there?
3.
No, I'm
And
gonna spend the morning doing good deeds.
and
Stop
Where do you want to
warning
be?
right now.
He just doesn't want to be fatigued.
where are they?
Is that where the stuff's been happening? Where is it at?
I
Like
think it's
gazebo
the
area?
gazebo.
Yes.
You need some over on the other side.
Put me on the other side. Like,
Here.
that works.
I'm just where over there where.
So you guys are gonna hide and then you're gonna like flank them and then
Well, I can
Ambush
stay
them.
back there and shoot them. I can stay back there.
We are not shooting them.
I have a crossbow, not a blunderbuss.
it's still
It
same
doesn't
effect.
matter. It kills them.
No one
Mechanic
shoot their
wise-
feet. Now they can't run away,
Well-
and they aren't dead.
The blunderbuss doesn't.
Which side of the
game wise,
gazebo?
the blunderbuss works almost
Has
exactly
In
the
between
same.
the two circles there is where the letters have been appearing.
Should we be in
We'll be
there?
over there then. Well, because there's a blind spot there.
Okay, so you guys should all be sized appropriately now. That's where you guys are going to be.
Yes.
I think
Our-
ours is going to be.
Okay, Arias is off to the side there.
And I have my crossbow out and loaded. Ready?
Okay, so as night falls, you guys all get into position hidden around the square there. The street's empty, other than sounds coming from the laughing demon up the street. That seems to be the only location. There are several lamps that are lit as the sun sets. You see Pebrin walking around with a candle. He lights all the lanterns after refilling them, and then moves on down the street. He notices you. Otherwise, just moves on. Doesn't really bother with you guys. A couple of times you see the deputies walking around, who again just acknowledge your presence, but otherwise don't really say or do much. By late evening, the streets are empty. and everything's quiet. And you guys' plan is to all stay here awake and alert all night
I will.
until morning?
I will.
Or some of you going to go to sleep? Yeah, the rest of you are back at the professor's place sleeping. Okay?
I'll sleep.
Okay. Everybody's planning to sleep in the morning?
Yep.
Okay. The night passes fairly uneventfully for
And then
most
done that.
most of the night,
Most.
and then each of you give me a perception check. The 5 of you that are there.
I'll use right here.
You said you were going to sleep. You're just going to go to sleep immediately?
No, I was kidding.
Okay.
11.
First, you notice the dwarf sleeping in the corner.
24 with the 18.
11.
11?
Steve, 21.
I have
Well,
plus 6 and I rolled an 18.
I have a 22.
22. Okay. Asnak, you are the first to hear motion. You hear what sounds like walking coming from the northern road, approaching the area.
Can I see it?
No? You're around a building.
So, I look over there and keep
You're
alert.
going to have to come out into the light in order to see up the street to the north. This entire courtyard is lit.
Yeah, but
Okay. First off, night falls.
Let's get back up.
No, it's down forever now.
It needs life alert. It's fallen and it can't get
I
up.
can see sounds and taste colors.
Okay. Did it actually get dark out there?
No.
It looked like it got
Didn't.
brighter.
Well, there was a light. Okay. So that did not work as intended.
You didn't see anything.
Vision, lighting, vision.
Peace.
Sounds.
Ooh.
Okay, zoom
Now
back
I can
in.
zoom
There.
in again.
You do.
Here we are.
Ooh, there's a group icon.
There's the mob.
I'm a pipe behind you.
Okay.
Well, you guys are still exposed to the light.
Well, there is light. You guys are in the shadows near the buildings. Like I said, Ben, you are the first one. You hear walking movement along the northern road. So in this direction, outside of your vision, you're somebody walking on the road. Several somebody.
oh,
What would you like to do, if anything? You know from the village, nobody is routinely out this late other than the Shuni.
It could be him.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, Shuni.
I wait.
Okay.
See.
You got 21, I think.
21, he got a 22.
22. You hear walking, approaching the town square, coming from the northern road.
Is north this way or that
Yes.
way? Okay.
You are over.
Right
You're there on the left. Yeah, the building's blocking your view. You can't see anything over there.
Well, I'm not gonna do anything.
We're just gonna stay hidden.
Yes.
Okay. Andy, you're off on the side there. Same thing. You can't really see the road clearly, but you can hear somebody walking down the road, or several somebodies.
And I know it's the road.
Yeah.
They're coming up.
That's the direction they're coming from.
I'm gonna work my way around
Around the back of the
around
building.
the back of the building to the other corner.
Okay, in the dark.
Well, it's not dark, right? Because I'm just going by what the light shows. It shows that there's light all the
Well,
way.
you
around
have
the
dark
back.
It's
vision?
dim.
It's dim. I have low light vision.
Well, and it's because you got dark vision coming from the guy. Just select his character to see what he can see.
There's pieces over there.
That's what you can see.
Gotcha. No, I'm going to. I'll just wait there. Yeah.
Okay, just stay where
if
you're
I
at.
If I can't, I don't want to stumble into the dark.
Okay. And I believe. Yeah, if you hold shift when you move them, They don't snap to the middle of the square, given the scale.
Sure.
Okay, as far as the locations. Okay. Okay. A few minutes later, or a minute or so later, several figures come into the gloom. They look human. They're marching down the center of the street. There looks to be maybe 6 of them. They look like farmers. They have pitchforks and farming utensils and everything. But what's unusual is they're walking sort of jerkily as they move toward into the light. Like they're not quite moving cleanly. As they reach the light, all of you hidden in the shadows and everything, you see that they look to be dead farmers, as in actually dead. They're nothing more than bones, moving around holding bits of rusted farming utensils and so forth. The most notable one is the one, the lead, has this huge hole in his head in the front. They're walking out, and there's half dozen of them move out into into the edge of the light, and then they sort of slowly turn in the direction of the tavern, where you can still hear voices and so forth.
Take a screenshot.
And then they sort of start stumbling over in that direction, heading towards Benedict.
How far away
Do I
are they
see
from
that
me?
as well?
They are right about here right now.
And they're
heading towards Benedict right now, where you know Benedict was hiding.
Okay. So it's obvious that they're dead and stuff like that.
They're skeletons.
And they seem to be attracted to the noise of the tavern then. Okay.
I'm going to.
Give me a stealth roll. Okay, tell me what you're doing.
I'm gonna jump, get out.
Okay.
And get enraged to cast a spell.
Okay.
Like 100.
Give me a stealth roll.
I got a 19.
A 19. Okay.
I pull the rope and manacles out of my bag.
Okay.
That's the stuff.
Well, that's
Tie
what
up
we need
their
to do.
bone.
Is there any way? Oh, we gotta tie him up. Yeah.
Yeah, tie up their
I would
bone.
like to cast ghost sound on the gazebo.
Okay.
To see if we can draw them to the gazebo.
Attract the undead with the undead.
They may just think it's a mating call or something.
Mating call for skeletons.
There you go.
Baby skeletons.
Hold on.
Dead babies in the skeletons.
Pretty sure they made also.
I don't know about that.
They reanimate other skeletons.
I mean, I guarantee you haven't pointed out a skeleton to me that hasn't.
I don't know. It depends.
Oh my.
No such thing as a skeleton, right?
Well, that's yes, there is. We all have skeletons in our
A
bodies.
live skeleton.
Oh,
One that's walking with a pitchfork.
I don't know.
Live skeleton.
I've seen one in a haunted house.
Okay. Let's see. We roll initiative.
I can confirm the one with the hole in its head is definitely not
Oh,
mine.
you gotta be kidding me.
Because
Okay.
if I fired a blunderbuss at him, there wouldn't be one head left.
Dahlia, you are going to be the first one to act. As the group starts to react, what is it you were trying to do?
I wanted to cast ghost sound on the gazebo.
Okay, so you cast Ghost Sound on the gazebo, doing what?
It creates the sound of 4 normal humans shouting.
So you create a bunch of shouting coming from the gazebo.
Yeah.
Okay. Benedict, you were hiding. Arius, did you want to do anything? You suddenly hear a bunch of shouting coming from the gazebo.
So my shield and my hammer are on the ground because I don't.
Sure.
Because I have to have the rope and the manacle in my hand. So
Okay.
no, I'm waiting right there.
Okay.
As they come forward.
Okay.
If I'm stealthing, can I use non-attack spells, or would that still give up my Stealth.
It depends if it has a verbal component.
It says somatic and verbal.
Then yeah, you gotta speak with a loud voice.
A voice for dancing.
You have to sing. You have to make the music. Otherwise, they can't dance. George, you said you wanted to cast a spell.
I was running out
Okay.
currently.
Okay. Go ahead and run out.
I don't know. Well, how far would I go or not?
You can take an action.
So I move like half a square. I'm
I
trying to
think
figure
I'd
out
wait
what's
where
your
on
speed?
down.
my speed is only 25. So
Okay,
I'm
so you-
30. I'm mean.
30. So you could go 90 feet if you wanted to.
Okay, I don't know
The squares
what.
are
One
different
square.
size.
Right. But if you hold the shift button, you can approximate 90. That's 50 feet. Technically, that's 50 feet. So 90 feet puts you about here.
Okay.
I just run straight
Yeah.
out. Okay.
What I was doing.
We
Yeah.
could do a sneak attack if they all gather together in the gazebo.
Correct. Asnak, what did you want to do?
My crossbow is already loaded.
And what do you want to do?
Are they in range for me?
Sure.
Your bolts.
It's a
go
crossbow.
crazy.
It goes a long way.
What? I couldn't hear you.
It's a crossbow. It goes a long way.
Okay.
They are 200 feet away.
Yes. Too far.
No. The crossbow goes a long way. What's the range increment for your crossbow?
Not that far.
I know it's not, but it goes 10 times whatever the range increment is.
Leave it to 120 feet.
Okay, so it goes 1,200 feet.
Just gets worse.
Yeah.
Accuracy.
Yeah, he has a penalty for the longer range. But
I think we
So-
should just try and
do you want to take a shot at him? Are you in range? Yes.
I could try to stealth over to who is that? To my right?
Eris.
Eris.
Okay, so you stealth.
We're just supposed to be seeing what they're doing.
Well, they headed towards the I thought it was only two. Like if you did get
Honestly,
that
I
was
still
good.
think that tying up in Manacor is a good idea.
Right.
They're not going to do anything, and then if they know that there's undead,
Why is it not letting me?
would they deteriorate in the sun or something? I
Oh,
don't
it's
know.
probably because
Once
my
I
actual
we're not gonna wait till
piece is in the build, like it's
morning.
on
Get
the
the sheriff.
Or we can call over a deputy now. That way they can see. Proof.
Right. Okay.
I want to see what they do. They may not even go to that.
There's 6 skeletons on the board.
That's my point.
Approximate location is fine.
I want to see if they actually are the ones that are doing that.
For whatever reason, the board is not letting me update it anymore.
That's what I ran into like the last hour of the game yesterday.
Yeah, the mouse wasn't working and the board just didn't like us here couldn't update it. Like George could on that computer, but
Yeah.
me as the players couldn't.
that one without the head.
Okay.
Wait, they did say he wasn't the guess we got it.
Yeah, that's the one with the that took the shot to the head.
Did you just recently remove his head?
No.
That was planned, I
That's
guess.
right. That was foreshadowed.
It's right. He
Definitely.
knew before the
No
episode
printing
happened.
problems.
They had a trigger happy thing.
Where's the one with the frozen arm? Oh wait, he's not dead.
Okay. The skeletons. The nearest two turn and start going towards the gazebo. Move them just a little bit over there. That's fine.
Slow.
Does it seem like they heard the ghost sound? Does that seem?
Yeah, they seem to be reacting to the sounds and the shouts coming from the gazebo.
I'm not being quiet running out there.
Oh yeah.
I think I'm just going to stay put and keep watching what
Stay
they're
hidden?
doing. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, these definitely appear to be skeletal farmers. There's no meat on them at this point. Benedict, several of them seem to have turned away from you. The rest of them are still looking in your general direction.
Okay, that's good. Well, then I will. Light is not. I will cast a light on the gazebo.
What's the range on light?
Right? It's 120 feet.
Okay, no problem.
Right.
So
Just as another,
the gazebo has another light source on it now.
make it the most distracting thing, get them all stuck on the
Okay.
No, but they won't see where they'll see
Um,
that there's nothing.
give me another
there.
stealth check.
A spell check?
Stealth check.
Oh, okay. 17.
Okay. This one. Okay, this option for a battle map is not working too well. It can't move them very well. Okay, so we'll switch to this. Move this one over to this crowd over here. Pick one, doesn't matter which one. Arias, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna. So I see the.
The crowd seems to be the crowd of skeletons seem to be redirecting towards the gazebo.
And I see the bard move out.
Sure.
Obviously,
Yeah, Bard
out there.
Bard runs out into the field.
Okay. Manacles aren't going to do any good, so I will drop them, pick up my shield. So I have the rope and the rope and the shield,
Okay.
and I will step out just from the shadows, just one move. So drop, pick up,
Okay.
step out. Yep.
Aznak.
Yep.
I'm also gonna step out. Just about here. Still keeping my distance.
Okay, we'll say that's 2 moves.
Okay. And just let them know that
And
fresh meat.
they have no meat, so you wave at the
No, but-
skeletons. Okay. This one moves towards Arias.
Right
Yeah, it turns and just goes right up to. That takes its full action though. The next one in the back there turns and does the same thing.
This one?
Yeah, they seem to react to actual people much faster and actually get more aggressive. And then we should have the other one over there, the one without the head, turns and moves about halfway towards Arias. Bard.
Found my hand.
I'll go.
I'm. So how far away am I
You're
from them?
about 100 feet.
Sure, about 100 feet.
I'll do 2 moves up to him, and then wait.
Which
Okay, so
one?
you're about-
This one? This one?
The group by the gazebo or the group by Arias?
The group by Arias, I guess.
Okay,
Not all the way up. but-
most of the way up or halfway up?
Yeah.
Okay. The group by the gazebo turns and starts heading towards the rest, reacting to Arias and the bard out there. Yeah, they'll run up towards the bard. And then Delia.
I cast Ray of Frost on the ones that just moved.
Okay. Does Ray of Frost go about
120.
200 feet? 100 feet?
120.
Might be.
You'll probably need to step up.
Yeah, we'll take a move forward and then cast your spell then.
So are we going to kill the undead? Even though they're already dead.
19.
A 19 is a hit, I'm fairly certain. Yes.
5 points.
5 points.
And
Okay.
I can do 2.
When you
That
move,
attacks 2, or is that just
No,
a
that's
one?
chain lightning. It's 2 action, yes.
Oh, yeah, I guess
You blast the first one with your. You did 5 points, you said? With your Ray of Frost. It takes no damage from the frost. Benedict.
How far away is the laughing demon?
The Laughing Demon, maybe 300 feet.
Are there any deputies or sheriffs in shouting range at this
No.
point?
No.
Okay. So, if I were to like run off and go try and find one, would that be viable?
Sure. You suspect they're probably out patrolling the roads.
I'm gonna. All right.
So you could go north or south and try to find one, or you can go over to Laughing Demon and look for help there.
I'm just looking for somebody to be able to see it with us for proof.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go and start shouting.
Okay. Towards the Laughing Demon.
Yeah.
Okay. So you run up the street shouting for help. Okay. The other skeleton ran up to George. Arias, what would you like to do? You have 2 skeletons engaged with you, another one that's slightly headless, heading towards you.
So we're about 20 feet apart.
I'd say maybe 30 or 40 feet.
30 or 40 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will. I'm going to use my shield and shield bash the skeleton directly in front of me.
Okay. Your shield. Okay. Go for it.
Yeah, I got a shield. Shield box. And that is a 25.
25 is a hit and not a critical.
Okay. And it does 8 points of damage.
Okay. You smash him with your shield and it shatters, falling to the ground.
Wow.
Kill them all.
How many?
Save the head. Yeah, they're
I'll
already
just remove them.
dead.
Yeah.
They're already dead.
Well,
Okay.
Don't remove them.
And then
We need proof that they're here.
I have,
Well, then
The
they're
rope.
just gonna think we dug up a grave. No,
oh,
one
no,
does.
you're not part of it.
I have the rope in the
Ah,
other
yeah,
hand.
good.
I'm going to move
Not my
towards the bar,
problem.
holding the rope out like this to the other end of the rope,
Okay. Okay.
hoping he gets the picture.
Maybe.
So now you move me up next to him. I made the 40 feet and can move.
Okay. So you take 2
I
moves
know
to
what
the
you're
bar.
gonna do.
Okay. The skeletons next to you. One of them moves up to you. The one that was adjacent to you moves up and swings his pitchfork at you. It's a 14. Okay. The other one moves up to you as well.
Headless one.
Sure. Hits a 10.
That's a miss as well.
Okay. And then should have a third one, I think, somewhere,
What
but
about me?
okay. Asnak, what would you like to do?
I was gonna shoot the one, not the headless one, but the other one attacking Andy.
This one.
The other one attacking
No.
Andy.
This one.
Hunt and shoot him. Probably not a hit, but 12.
12 is a miss.
I'll go ahead and reload from
Okay.
my last action.
Albert, what would you want to do?
Which is the closest skeleton to me?
You have 2 of them engaged with you and a third one coming up.
Okay.
The other 2 are engaged with the champion who's handing a rope to you if you
Okay.
wish to take it.
End of the rope.
The end of the rope, yes.
Okay, so
He's holding on to the rope while holding the end out to you.
I think the plan is to wrap him with the rope.
Oh,
If we just
okay.
say-
From the far side of the courtyard, Dahlia says, "Wrap him up in the rope."
It must be a long road.
Sure.
Which, fortunately, she's engaged in the encounter. Otherwise, that would be a disallowed action.
Yeah,
Let's
I'll
keep
grab it
moving.
and wrap the closest one in between him and me. Attempt to at least.
Okay, go ahead and give me a grapple check.
Which would be
Athletics.
15.
15. Okay, no problem. You wrap the rope around the skeleton. It would be confused if it could be.
It's 16 actually. For
okay.
some reason, it's not calculating the
Okay.
stuff correctly, but
That's fine. It's it should be, but either way, it's grappled.
I have a proficiency of 3, and it's saying +2. I'm sorry.
Maybe because you have armor penalties or something else.
I'm not
There's
worried
probably
about
some factor in there. So, okay. You doing anything else? That was one. That was 2 actions. One to grab a rope, one to wrap it up.
So is it tangled up at all,
It's
or
grappled by the rope.
okay? Try to secure it as much as I can. I guess.
Okay. You try to pin it then. Give me another athletics check.
I'll use my reroll.
Okay.
For a 15 again.
Okay. Yeah, it is. It is rather securely wrapped up in the rope. The rope going in between its rib cages and so forth. It doesn't seem to have the intelligence or brain power to actually get out of the rope.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to be resisting, however, at all.
Just looks like it explodes.
So instead, it just strikes at you. Okay. Reaches out with a claw and hits a 20.
Yep.
Okay.
Use my reaction.
Okay.
If it decides to hit him, then it's enfeebled 1, and he gets 3 points of
Okay.
life.
It does decide to hit him. It does 5 points of damage. So you take 2, I guess. And it's enfeebled 1.
Yep.
It claws at you a second time, which is going to hit a 20.
Yep.
Okay. Which will claw you for 4 points of damage.
Okay.
Actually, hits a 19 if that matters.
Yep.
Okay. Because it was enfeebled. Then the other one next to you claws at you as well.
So the one I pinned is still attacking me, or is that a separate one?
He is wrapped up and tied up, attached to the rope, but I would say I'm fine. He's effectively wrapped up and
I'm fine with that dude that's just going to attack me.
yeah,
now.
the other guy. Yeah, that's
If
fine.
we
We
know-
swap it out.
Yeah.
The guy that's pinned is pinned and wrapped up at this point,
Yeah, I was
unable
a
to
little
do anything.
confused, like, what did the pin do then? So,
Okay, he's tied up. Can't go anywhere.
Just wrap a rope around his waist, like
Dahlia, what would you like to do? George has a tied up skeleton, which is struggling and scratching at the rope. The other one is clawing him and does some damage.
So there's only one that's wrapped up.
Yes.
Summon an octopus to grab them all.
Can I send the mage hand over to grab the end of the rope and wrap another one?
You could probably send Mage Hand if it has the range. It's not going to have the dexterity or strength, however, to wrap something up in a rope.
so it's a lot farther than 30 feet away.
I know it looks like it, but you're like 200 away. Or
It
120.
only looks
Yeah.
like 5 squares.
Yes.
It's the scale of the map. Each square is 50 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, 120 away for now.
All right.
It's,
Well,
it's playing havoc on my side of the map too. Don't run a map with 50-foot square unless you have 50-foot combatants.
yes.
Okay, Benedict, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna keep running.
You're yelling at the guards. Okay. The other group of the skeletons attacking you, I think. No, that would be the third skeleton moving up to George and you. It goes past you and heads towards the kobold, taking 2 moves over to him.
This one?
One of them. One of them's tied up. One of them, and the other 2 are engaged with George.
Okay.
The other one goes past and goes towards the kobold and takes a claw at you, hitting a 23
That's a hit.
for 6 points of damage.
Okay.
Ow!
You said 6 points?
I did. Arias, what would you like to do?
Use my shield to bash the one right next to me. That's
Okay.
upright.
Okay.
That is a 20.
Yeah, definitely got him.
And that is for 6 points of damage.
Okay, that one
Bludgeoning.
breaks and falls to pieces.
Stop
Okay.
killing them. You have
Hang
one.
on, it's tied up.
There.
I'm going to use my other 2 movements to move around behind the other
Okay,
one there.
to
'cause
flank
I'm,
him.
I'm trying to attempt to.
You wake up
Wrap
from
on
the
the next
combat, go
Okay.
out and yell out the window. Stop
Aznak,
killing
what would you
them."
like to do?
Me?
I'm not a
I would like to drop my crossbow, pull out my halberd, and take a swipe at that one that just swiped at me. Where's my d20? There's my d20. 18.
Yeah.
Okay. Or 9 points of damage.
9 points of slashing.
Yes.
Okay, it's still there.
You did slashing on the skeleton.
You have 1 action left. What are you doing?
I'll attempt to trip it. Would that be athletics?
Yes.
Okay. 17.
Okay, you successfully sweep its legs out from underneath it. Skeleton falls to the ground. Several bones broken by your halberd, but otherwise still struggling and fighting against you. The other 2 coming up against. I think I'm completely out of order at this point. So we'll go to the bard.
So am I using both hands to hold on to the skeleton, or? how is it?
No, that one is completely entangled in the rope.
Okay.
Unless it's able to claw its way out, it's pinned. But that takes the length of rope that you had. The other length is in his hands at this point.
Okay.
As it struggles, it seems to be drawing more and more rope around itself, making the problem worse, but it's a skeleton, doesn't know any better.
Okay. Then I am going to attempt to cast telekinetic projectile at the closest one. Then
Okay,
for a 18.
18, okay. You pick up a brick from the gazebo and throw it at the skeleton. It strikes it square in the chest.
Okay. For 10 points.
10 points and shatters that skeleton. It goes down.
And then I'll cast shield.
Okay. The one skeleton that is there struggles against it. He cuts several of the ropes, but not enough to get away at this point. He is able to start working his way out of the ropes, though.
Okay.
Some of them have been cut and broken. The other one doesn't look like that. Looks like the only skeleton at this point, short of the one that's fighting Ben. That one scrambles back to its feet, and then claws at you. It's a 11
Miss.
and a 7.
Miss.
Okay,
I think there's one more skeleton.
Yeah,
there's one more.
You're the
Yeah,
one
the one
between
fighting
George
me.
and me. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the kobold.
There's
this
one fighting me still. There's
Yeah,
one
he's-
on the ground.
there was-
Oh,
and
I
then there's
thought
one-
that's the one you killed with telekinetic.
Now there was
No,
like
another
there was 2 on me. There was a total of 3. I grappled the one, and then
Telekinetic one, and the third one had gone to fight Ben.
no, there was
There's,
6
an
total.
additional-
Okay, so another one's on you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take another one. It hits an 11.
No.
And a 4.
That's a fumble.
Okay, it fumbles its claw attack at you. Okay, it claws at you. You reflexively reach out, grabbing its arm, and break its hand off.
Okay.
You have his weapon.
You're coming with me.
And next action starts slapping it with it.
Dahlia,
Is the arm still moving and is it
the hand is, yeah.
Oh my. We're gonna keep that.
Dahlia,
It's my
I'm
new
gonna move
hand.
that.
okay.
Just duct tape it.
Benedict is yelling for assistance. Arius,
I'm going to grapple the. I tried to do
The
the
one with
same
the
thing
broken
with
arm?
The one with the broken arm. Do
Go
the
for
same
it.
thing that he did. So, athletics, right?
Yep.
Which- That is a natural 20 for 26.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So you wrap it up without much difficulty.
Now I want to try to force it on the ground next to the
Sure.
other one. We can just hold it.
Okay.
So
Ben.
Yes. I know I just did this, but I would like to trip it again.
It's already on the ground. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Go for it.
Get back on the ground. Reroll. Okay, that's already updated. Natural 20.
Okay. It's on the ground.
Then I would like to use my cobalt breath and that's a reflex save. For the skeleton.
Okay. It gets a 11.
Think that's a failure. So D4. And this is acid. 1 point of acid damage.
Okay. So you knock it to the ground, spit acid on it, and that is enough to finish it off. What's left of the bones from the multiple falls and halberd strike are broken and melted away, charred with the acid, and it stops moving.
And
The other two are pinned and captured at this point. They struggle against the ropes. As you can hear, running, approaching from the laughing demon in response to your yells. What do you guys want to do, if anything, before the locals get here?
Make sure the ropes are secure.
Yeah, they are secure. I mean, the skeletons seem to be fighting against it, but that's about it.
should we break their wrists, like break their hands
Just
off?
no.
can you send your owl to get the sheriff? Is that can it
They
talk
can
to
only
people?
go 25
it
feet.
can't talk to people.
Yeah, well, it can. You
Oh
say,
yeah, and my
Yeah.
They can't understand it.
I'll put my new suit here in my backpack.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure they cannot go anywhere and keep them upright.
Okay. Yeah, the locals come running up, trying to figure out what the commotion is and everything. They're curious what you're yelling about and so forth, and then they take a glance at the skeletons laying on the ground, and they all turn pale and say, "Oh, that's a good." Somebody holds out, "Get the sheriff, get the priest,
Quickly.
get the counselors,
Get everyone.
get the torches."
Burn the
And
witch.
several of the locals run off in different directions. Short time later, the sheriff and the priest of Pharasma is here. They're all making the signs of their religion and so forth to bless themselves against the undead and so forth. The priestess, as she walks up, calls out loudly, "Destroy those abominations."
Okay. Absolutely. Lay on hands.
Wait,
Okay.
let
The first one disintegrates.
Yep.
I'll use disrupt undead on that.
Okay, so the two of them are destroyed fairly easily at that point. Amongst the townsfolk, they're all saying that was Bob. He got shot in the head not a week ago.
And now he's just
Yes. Yeah, there was a lot of commotion there.
So sheriff's there and
Oh yeah.
Everybody's aware that we took the skeletons captive.
Yes,
Okay. And everybody's aware that the skeletons were there.
that you didn't just outright murder the skeletons. Yes, the
Okay.
entire town is aware of that.
digging up, we are
Okay.
digging up bodies.
Mission accomplished.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are aware that you guys have defeated skeletons.
Mission
Several of the townsfolk seem particularly impressed by the fact that you took out some skeletons. They also seem quite happy that the skeletons are no longer a threat. Most of them are very concerned why there are skeletons walking down the streets. That's not an everyday occurrence. They readily admit that. Matter of fact, they haven't heard of any of those, and they're very concerned about it.
And they came from the north where there wasn't the graveyard's not to the north.
Is that the way?
That's
of
where the
prison?
rest signs are.
Oh, is that where the
Yeah.
rest lands are? Okay. I don't know. I thought they were south. Okay.
Maybe there's a necromancer in Wrestling.
So I want to keep an eye on the crowd to see if anybody's not seem to be as overjoyed as
Everybody.
seems
I mean, everybody seems to be a mix of overjoyed that it's destroyed,
Yeah.
scared that they exist, or having had too much to drink. Okay.
I'd like to talk.
I
to
did
the-
go to a bar.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of people. to
Yeah.
come see.
I'd like to talk to the. You said the priestess of Charisma.
Yep.
I'd like to speak to her and ask. Has this ever occurred in your city
No.
before?
No.
Okay.
Our dead normally stay buried.
Oh, this is exactly what we want.
Yeah, absolutely.
They came down the northern road, obviously from the Westlands.
Well, yeah. Farmer Bob here. We just buried.
Right. Should do we have your blessing to go to the Westlands to verify there's not more of this horrible things going on?
Yeah. Why are you waiting? You're a champion of Pharasma. You should already be there.
That is your job.
Yeah.
I had to destroy these ones first, but I want to make sure I had your blessing before I went rummaging through
Okay.
graveyards.
No. If there are undead in the graveyard, absolutely send them back to rest.
Alrighty. So should we go get the rest of our people?
Oh.
Wake everybody up? Or should we just head to the Westlands directly?
Well, it depends how long it will take.
Only
You guys can get the rest of the group in 10 or 15 minutes. At this point, pretty much the whole town is alert
Definitely.
between the shouting of him and then everybody else panicking and running down the streets looking for everybody. Arguably, you guys might even be aware there's a disturbance in town. So those of you who are sleeping have been awoken. There is something going on in town. If you care to investigate, it's relatively easy for you to figure out something's going on and with the details. If you prefer to stay in bed, get some sleep, that's fine too.
Is there anything on the skeletons? Any runes? Anything? Or are they just
No,
Plain old
what's left of the
skeletons.
bones? I mean, one of them's charred from the acid from the kobold, just a little bit. Other than that, no, they don't seem to have any markings or anything like that. They have just the remnants of their clothing that they would have been buried in. But other than that, nothing. Now, it's unusual for the body to have decayed to this extent in only about a week. I mean, they would have decayed certainly, but they'd also still be semi-meaty.
Fleshy.
Leave you guys would pass the enemy dead cells in the middle of the town.
I was
Don't
hoping
do
that
in the town.
at least last long enough to put another letter up? Find out what the letters signify.
If that were the people that were putting
It
the
looks like they
letters,
were more
they were
distracted.
mining skeletons. They were distracted by the tapping, which brings me to assume that those were the people leaving the markets.
Well, I feel the same way, but we would not know because
Also, I don't think they have them. I think they would have ate the dead cat, not chopped it up and left it there.
Well, they,
Those-
I think
Just
they
a-
could
just a
probably
thought about
follow
your,
people commands like a robot.
It's always bad when you have
Maybe they're getting the
vandalizing
blood from
skeletons
them.
walking around writing letters
Or
on the
they were
wall.
going
I
there
was like,
to take
it's
some
like,
ounces.
skeletons don't really do that.
Does your familiar need rest?
It's nocturnal.
No. It's not just nocturnal, but it's not a being. It's
Right,
a
no.
fake creature. It doesn't need
No,
rest.
not really.
And so you could. Does it have to be within a certain range of you at all times?
I think they're 25 feet away from me. I don't know.
She needs rest.
No.
And in concept, it does have to recharge at some point.
Like, I was wondering if there was a distance that had to be from her at any time. Could she leave it there at the gazebo
No,
to keep an eye
it has to be within 25 feet of her.
out? Just,
Like,
Guys, who's coming with me? I'm headed out to the
I will.
graveyard. Go put
Okay.
some bodies back in the ground.
Woo!
Can we does it take more time to search the ground to kind of like track back in the direction they came from? I mean, I know the direction they came from, but like
To follow their track?
if maybe they were raised in a certain spot.
Oh, okay, yeah, I mean,
know where they're raised
um,
were.
If you guys are going to go to the Restlands and check the Restlands, it would take some time to search around there to figure out where they were.
Okay.
I can't
Um,
find it.
But that'd be about the only
But-
consideration. I mean, the road is too well traveled. You
Then
can't
when I
follow
wanna
their
go
tracks
and they
there.
Have something to
Okay.
move the marker on the board. That's
Great.
Find an owl.
Yeah.
I will light a torch.
Okay.
I will go get my warhammer
Okay.
and put my warhammer on my back. carry my
And is anybody not wanting to go? I still want to go back to sleep, etc. Where's the entire group going?
If we go, would we take the penalties the next day? Like not sleeping?
The bounties.
The
The-
penalties? Like,
As far as being fatigued, well, it depends on how late you're out.
okay. Yeah, I guess I'll go.
That's what I say.
I'll go too.
When you get bounty.
Yeah, there's bounties on the skeletons.
This
Okay.
So we're allowed to search everything here now, pretty much.
Yeah, sure you don't want to go to prison?
Why?
Maybe later.
I want to go to the prison, but nobody else wants
I
to go.
have to make sure the undead are put to rest.
And then maybe we can tie the undead situation into the prison and say that perhaps there's people wandering the prison too.
Okay, so you guys go back to the restlands. Looking around there, it takes maybe an hour walking around the grave sites and everything. You find several of the graves have been disturbed. They look like the ground has been dug out, but the dirt is out of the way as if something crawled out of the grave, not like it was dug out. Okay. They are scattered around the place, and according to the priestess who accompanies you to the restlands, these are the spots where the farmers that had died, the one that had been shot, the one that was frozen to death, and a couple of others in recent months had died, or not at where they had died, but where they had been buried. They just appear to be farmers from the area. They're just basic grave sites. Otherwise, nothing else of particular note.
No markings, no powders, no
Is there-
anything you can see, candles.
No. There's no signs of any rituals or anything like that. There's no powders or
Detect
Is there
magic.
more than 6 there?
grave sites.
No.
That are
more than
disturbed?
6? Yeah.
You guys find 6. You don't find any other ones.
Okay.
I mean, there's
George, can I detect magic?
100 or 200 grave sites, but you guys spend, like I said, about an hour
Are they
wandering
all
the area.
together?
No, they're scattered around the place.
Well,
Sorry.
if we spend about 1 or 2 hours and find 6, that's about half reassuring to the fact that
Yeah,
there's only 6 so far.
You're fairly certain you guys have checked the entire place. There doesn't appear to be any other ones that are disturbed.
Should
Should I
we
check
look?
for traps?
Which means the 6 that we did.
The only tracks you guys find are coming from the grave sites out to the roads.
Should we check our buddies,
buddies.
Buddies?
our professors?
Oh.
What, like exhume the grave?
No, just
See if it was disturbed.
Petros's grave site is here. You can see it.
Does it have
And
any?
his is undisturbed?
His is undisturbed.
Should we
Is
look?
there a link, any link, like last name or whatever between the 6 that we found?
No, they appear to be random names. There doesn't seem to be anything that really tie into them. And according to the person, the priest, they died in some cases a couple of years ago, in some cases last week.
They identify the skeletons, see if they have any like powers or like what their deal is, like any abilities they have.
The only powers are what the half the group that encountered them can describe. There's not. I mean, other than the bones, there's nothing else left.
Okay, or like how they're created, something like that.
There's no indications. You don't have it. I mean, you may have some individual knowledge how undead are created, but
Petra was accused of being a necromancer.
it was.
So
The priest does ask for the return of the arm and hand,
Okay.
so that they can properly put the bones back to rest.
It's a sacred realm.
I'll start sweeping it into a dustpan.
Like to ask the priestess if we could come up and get a list of one, the
Keep that
names
to,
of the
like, the
people,
final boss fight.
the
I'm just gonna
names of
slap
these
you.
people. Right, get those off the headstones, right?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
So in case one hundred people in town, and then explain that I'm also trying to find if something like that is happening here, and I've heard terrible rumors about the prison with the same issues, and I need to put that things to rest. I was hoping to get a list of names of people that died in the fire, if you happen to have them.
Yeah, I've heard talk that you guys were interested in investigating the prison and everything. Certainly, Pharasma's records might be of assistance. I guess I could probably let you guys take a look at them.
I appreciate that. Maybe tomorrow.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit late at this point. But now's not really a great time.
And
But I do appreciate you taking care of the skeletons. If you see any more, don't bother capturing them.
okay.
Just eliminate them.
Absolutely.
It's good.
What if they surrender?
Yes. Oh, and you may want to get those wounds checked out. Those have a tendency to fester and get infected.
You got one?
I did.
Oh,
I was the only one that got injured.
The football got cut too.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
My scales will peel.
I will. I'll lay on hands over the next
Okay.
trip back.
Okay. You seal in the infection.
Put it
No
right
problem.
in there. Make it stay.
Okay. Okay. So you guys are gonna resume your watch, or are you gonna go back to get some sleep?
Let's watch again.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the watch because.
Okay.
Is there anybody still there? And when we get back, is there anybody still in?
No, by the time
center?
you guys get back from the restlands, the priest heads back to the temple. Everybody else has already vacated the streets and
Is
so
there a
forth.
new letter on it?
That's what I was.
On the
No,
wall?
there's no indication of anything else here other than the combat and disturbance you guys caused.
Okay.
There's nothing else of note here.
I'm gonna go right back to the same spot
Okay, and hang out there.
and hang out there.
I'll start my watch duty this time since I was sleeping for the first part.
Okay.
I'm going to bed.
Okay. Rest of the night passes uneventfully. A little bit of sleeping in, some good food in the morning. You guys are perfectly fine. Everybody else is fatigued for the day.
Yeah.
I'm not sleeping off.
Okay. The following day, what would you guys like to do?
Sleep.
Temple of Pharasma after I'm going to go to sleep in the morning. In the afternoon, I'm going to go.
Okay. In,
So
in
if
the
I-
evening.
Yeah, if I sleep the day during the day,
Mhm.
that removes the fatigue.
I would say after staying up all night, I would say you're probably exhausted, which is a
Okay.
-4. Now, if you rest in the morning,
Yeah.
you can be fatigued in the evening,
Okay.
or you can continue on throughout the day exhausted
No,
with
I'll
a
take,
-4.
I'll take the fatigue.
Okay.
Because that's a -1.
2.
2 -2.
Okay.
Okay.
So those of you who are not exhausted or fatigued in the morning, what would you like to do?
Could I go to the town hall and do research in the morning and then go with him to the temple?
Probably.
When he wakes up.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'll do that.
Okay. So you're heading to the town hall. Does anybody else want to do something in the morning? Okay.
Is coffee a thing yet?
No.
Oh. Or at least I guess not in this part. I don't know. I think
Get
coffee's
the
existed for a
draw
while.
Well, if you're looking for caffeine to compensate for being exhausted, no.
No.
But you weren't at the
You're not
town
fatigued.
center, so you're not fatigued anyways.
Okay,
You
yeah,
got
I
enough
just
sleep.
went up the rest of the night after I was woken up after the incident.
Okay.
Oh, and then you stayed up to keep watch?
He
Yeah.
said.
Oh,
he did,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, I would say you're fatigued,
But
with not
as-
exhausted.
and you could sleep in the morning.
Yeah,
so I
you can
can-
sleep in the morning, you'd be perfectly fine
I'll
in
be
the
fine by
afternoon.
the afternoon.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
I'll
not a problem.
sleep during
Those
the
that specifically stayed up all night, yeah, those are
Alright.
exhausted. They're not going to recover just with a quick nap.
Well, I'm going to be resting pretty much the entire.
That's fine. So I hear a couple of people are going to the town hall.
I was gonna help like reinter the.
Okay, help the priest in the morning. Yeah, she's not taking care of she's not worried about the dead at night, but in the morning that was her plan anyways, to go do that. Did you have something, or you were sleeping probably?
Sleeping.
Okay, so you guys, the two of you head out early in the morning to the town hall, and what are you trying to look for there?
I was looking for the records of the prisoners that we didn't find, the Splatterman, the
Okay,
Marauder.
okay, give me a society check. Let me know who you're going to research first, and then give me a society check. If you're going to check in the morning, you have enough for 2 checks.
Okay, so I'll do the Piper first.
Okay,
16.
18.
18. They don't have any records that you're able to locate regarding the Piper.
And then I'll do the.
At least nothing more than you don't already have.
And then I'll do the Splatter.
Okay.
5.
16.
16. Yeah, the only thing else of note that you find, there are some records of Harrowstone specific to the fire itself. You don't find anything specific to either the Splatterman or the Piper. But according to the records, the fire itself, most of the criminals that were sent to Harrowstone typically only spent a few months in the prison. Okay. Because the history at the time was that that's when most of the executions tended to happen, historically wise. 50 years or so ago, there was most prisoners that were sent to Harrowstone were put to death within a few months. Okay. So very few criminals lasted there longer because they cycled in, they were put to death a few months later. And it was a time when that prison, because of the number of criminals coming there, was killing a lot of people as a result. Okay. The fire that caused the tragedy, however, was a blessing in disguise. The prisoners, according to the reports you find, there was indication that the prisoners had rioted in the basement and had gained control of the dungeons immediately prior to the fire. Okay. It was only through the self-sacrifice of Warden Hockren and 23 of his guards that the prisoners were prevented from escaping. The guards gave their lives to save the town and died in the fire.
Okay.
Okay.
Does it say anything about how the fire started?
No indications there.
Okay, but it started down there and the riot was down there.
Right, there was a riot, and then while the warden and the guards were fighting the riot, something caused the fire, and all of them died, preventing the prisoners from getting out.
Okay. Are there any maps of the prison?
No. Nothing that survived at this point.
So that's all the checks we have time for.
Yeah, for the morning. And then in the afternoon, after you get some rest, you spent the morning helping the priestess put the bodies back in the ground. Relatively straightforward. They have just a simple ceremony for the farmers. They take care of all those. You guys meet up at the Temple of Pharasma. She thanks you again for your assistance and so forth. And then you guys wanted to check her library and her notes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to see if I can find anything specific to the names of the people that died in the fire.
Okay. Okay. Do you want specific names, or are you looking for these 5 notable figures?
Well, specifically because I don't know why the music thing keeps hitting me. The Piper
Okay.
is who I'm looking for specifically.
Okay. So give me a roll for one of those.
Yeah.
You guys spend the afternoon researching there. You can get 3 more if you spend until late in the evening.
18. That is plus 4. You just add that.
I'll add that in.
Okay, 8.
8. Okay.
I'm curious as if the basement was like a torture dungeon or something.
We get Splatterman. Because we got we don't have anything about
What's
the
that?
pipe, the Splatterman, and the rock.
Something sounds
Yep.
weird, it's like a dungeon.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Splatterman.
Yeah.
Oh, which would explain why it's so long.
13.
16.
Okay. Nothing on the Splatterman. Keith does find some information on the Piper of Ilmarsh. According to the records, his real name is unknown. They don't have any record of what his actual name was. The Piper is said, was reported that before he snatched his victims, the Piper taunted his targets with a flute. He preferred to paralyze lone victims by dosing their meals with lich dust and then allowing his pet sturges to drink their blood.
Sturgeon. There was the incident with the sturgeons where they heard the flute.
Lich dust. Is there anything specific I know about that other than it's just a paralytic?
According to, there's not much here. An alchemist or an apothecary would probably know about it, but the report of the criminal records say that that was his modus as far as how he would capture people in order to kill him.
And you said the Moss Man, right? Was the other
Yeah,
one?
the
you did?
Marauder.
Yeah, all right, 19.
22.
22. Okay. The Mosswater Marauder was his alias. His real name was Ispin Onyx Cudgel. He was a dwarf. 5 years before his hometown of Mosswater was overrun and ruined by monsters from a nearby river. He was originally a well-liked artisan and, by all accounts, a loving husband. He discovered his wife had been cheating on him, and he flew into a jealous rage and struck her head with his hammer, shattering her skull and his sanity with one strike. He was, according to the doctors, he was racked with shame and guilt, and he became convinced if he could only rebuild his wife's skull, she would come back to life. Unfortunately, he couldn't find that last blade-shaped fragment from the murder site, so instead he became the Mosswater Marauder, and over the course of several weeks, the dwarf stalked and murdered nearly 20 people while searching for just the right skull fragment. He was captured just before murdering the daughter of a visiting nobleman from Barno and was carted off to Harrowstone the same night. He was obsessed with crushing skulls in order to find just the right fragment to replace the one that he had lost.
And were these guys all executed, or was it just like the records show they were going to be executed?
The record that you found show that they arrived at Harrowstone about a week or so before the fire.
Okay, so they still would have been alive at the
Yes.
time of the fire.
Yes.
But then they would have died in the fire.
Hostage.
Yeah, these are definitely the most notorious criminals that they had at the prison. They would have been in the most secure locations and so forth, which almost certainly would have been down in the basement.
So we have everyone but this fire. Is there any other files we find about any of the people?
The
now?
Piper's the one I'm interested in, because
The-
that's like
The other one, you find some more information about Harrowstone itself. At the time Harrowstone burned, these 5 notorious criminals had recently arrived at the prison. The commonly held belief is that the fire began accidentally after the riot began. In fact, the prisoners had already seized control of the dungeon and had been in command of the lower level for several hours before the fire. Warden Hockren triggered a deadfall to seal the rioting prisoners in the lower level, but in so doing trapped himself and over 24 guards. The prisoners were in the process of escaping when the panicked guards accidentally started the fire in an attempt to end the riot.
And what's a deadfall? Is that like
Basically, they collapsed the tunnel,
okay.
so the prisoners couldn't get out, but it trapped them in with the prisoners. And while they were being overrun, according to the church's documents, they started a fire that resulted in their death and the prisoners' death.
in other words, there's probably not an easy way down to the basement since it's been collapsed.
Right, but that would also play into why they consider the place unsafe, because it would have also damaged the foundation, let alone the fires in the foundation and everything else.
And would they have anything about haunts we heard about, like anything like the passing judgment, anything like that?
Yeah, nothing here.
All we really know about the passing judgment thing is the fact that a lot of people were sentenced to death there.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And so you
no, I'm
said
not.
the other libraries. There's the school. That's the
Mhm.
magic shop.
Mhm. He's sort of a collector
Yeah.
of arcane knowledge and everything. He collects miscellaneous notes over time.
Are there any other? Would you have anything about like Arrowstone or about the town, or is it more arcane?
According to the priest, yeah. Anything arcane, he would have information on.
Okay.
He's a collector, so a lot of the stuff that other people might not pay attention to, he tends to collect and gather. I mean, everything you have from the temple is more of official records. Okay, everything from the town hall would be census related type stuff. They're not going to pay attention or care about the other things.
Okay.
Okay,
Is there any other libraries we can research in town, or is that all?
that's the only other one that anybody's aware of.
Okay. So yeah, maybe if we go there tomorrow, and then
Okay.
that should be all of them.
I'd like to go to the apothecary.
Okay.
And try to talk to her about.
It's
What
kind
she knows.
of, she's closed at this point,
how it's
being late at night.
Okay. I'll wait.
But you, okay,
That's fine. Full night of sleep would be good for me.
okay. So
Were we staking out the place?
Oh yeah.
yeah, it'd be night 9.
You probably should.
I probably shouldn't this time around.
I slept all day.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Me too.
Well, I'll give you the manacles and the key.
Okay.
Yeah,
You guys
yeah,
need
yeah.
more rope.
My
Should
rope-
I
my rope's
tag along
garbage.
with
I
them
got
since
cut
I got?
That's up to you.
I slept during the day and was fine the rest of the afternoon. So I guess I'm open to go this time.
Well, I didn't do anything during the day because I didn't say I did anything during the day. So we'll just say I slept and I'll go out.
Okay.
So this is the second shift of people. We really need to get that one guy with his militia to just and train them how to defend against undead or something.
Probably just like level.
I know,
Probably
but-
gonna be as effective as the skeletons.
Yeah, but at least then we have someone who can then stay up while we sleep. Or at least we would have more manpower.
You do.
You
No, I mean, like,
you local villagers stay up while we sleep.
well, no,
That's not a great
It
idea.
makes me
not
coffee in the morning.
Yeah. Anyway, so if you guys are gonna stay up to keep watch, put your pieces on the board wherever. I'm
Mine's all the way over there next to
Can we
Ted's.
put Carter's on it?
Just put it in
Yeah.
the same place it was before.
Yeah, you can put mine too.
Mine's
That's good.
next to Dad's. One with the red cloak.
Where do you guys want to be?
Just have this area, I guess.
I'll do an alleyway.
I'll do this one.
I'll do one close to me, so right there.
pieces. Oh, well, that doesn't help because now you guys are not. You can't see the map at all.
Become routine. Undead.
We can see the map until dark.
Still sleeping.
You want to go?
Well, right, but it's supposed
Where do
to
you wanna
have at least the basic.
This is all night. You could be fatigued in the morning.
Exhausted.
Just find me the gunslinger with us.
What do you mean?
You can sleep all day.
I think you guys should be fine with me shooting the skeletons. They said specifically don't capture any.
Oh, if they're skeletons, go.
Yeah.
But if they're humans, don't shoot.
I slept
Yeah,
all
I
day
get it.
like a basset hound, so now I should be able to stay up all night.
Sure.
Fine. Yeah.
So do you want to be out there?
Now I gotta move my guy again, I think.
Just place your piece approximately where you're going to be.
I'm not there.
So I see 5 of you are staying up all night.
Yep.
Okay. That night, nothing much of note happens. Everything's quiet. There's a heavy drizzle most of the night. It's cold. It's wet. It's kind of annoying with the constant rain and so forth, but there is no sign of anybody bothering the town square. Late at night, there's some drunks coming from the tavern. And again, the town guard wander by every so often to check on you, but nothing seems to really disturb the area.
Since I know it's drizzling, I'm going to try to keep my blunderbuss out of the rain so the
Not a problem.
gunpowder doesn't.
Next morning, you guys, those that stay up, are now exhausted. Everybody else is rested. What would you guys like to do on this day?
Sleep.
Okay.
Let's go sleep again.
Okay.
I'm gonna go out and
Sure.
First, I want to go investigate the casino. I'm gonna look for
Okay.
secret hatches, something like that. Like if people are getting in there to do stuff and no one's seeing it, and it's lit all the time, it's gotta be.
It's lit, but the courtyard isn't occupied most of the
Nobody
time.
noticed skeletons wandering. So
Right.
yeah.
I mean, like I said, at night the roads are pretty much empty. Everybody's inside with their shutters and doors closed. They wouldn't notice anybody walking by.
Did the dirt
No.
from the graves look recent? Or
Yes.
Was it, okay.
I'm gonna go to the apothecary and talk to her about what she knows about witch powder.
Okay.
Dust.
You're going to talk to the apothecary in the morning, and you guys are going to the schoolhouse.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the apothecary says, yeah, lich dust. It's a paralytic. Not something I carry. It's not really a commonly used sort of thing. Why would you need lich dust?
Well, it seems that one of the
Paralyzed.
people that was trapped in, or that was in prisons for horrible crimes tended to use it to paralyze his victims.
Okay.
Is it pharmacological, like it comes from plants, or is this something that
No,
magic?
it's not magical. It's a fungus that grows on gravestones. It's not really from liches,
Gotcha.
but it's a fungus that grows on gravestones, especially old ones, and you can harvest it. Like I said, it's not a common sort of thing. Haven't heard of anybody using it anytime recently.
No, it seems like before the fire even. What is?
Oh, okay.
Is there an antidote for it, or does it just need to wear off, or is it permanent?
It's not permanent. No, it's. I mean, you just get dosed with it, and after I think it wears off after a couple of hours.
Okay. That was everything I had for her.
Okay, and you guys are going to the schoolhouse. The guy greets you, says, "Oh, welcome. Heard you guys have been dealing with undead. Haven't seen very many of those.
Yeah.
What was it like fighting the skeletons?"
Oh, I wasn't out there. I was sleeping.
Oh.
But, yeah, you can ask some of my friends. They were fighting them, but yeah, they were all tied up and everything.
Okay. Well, that would have been a sight to see. Haven't seen any skeletons. Always wanted to. So how can I help you out?
Yeah, we were looking about we're trying to research Harrowstone Prison, if you know anything about the fire, like how it started, just like a general lore about it.
Well, I heard there was a fire and it burned down. I mean, that was a long time ago. I mean, if you're welcome to use my library, but most of what I have is more about arcane stuff, not really prisons. I mean, you want to research a secret cult or an arcane ritual or something like that, I might have information. But
Now,
other stuff, I don't really have much.
In the books, they talked about the Whispering Way. Is that a cult?
Who?
No, I'm just saying out of game. Like these talk.
Yeah, it's a cult of the Witch King.
Okay. But yeah, I'll just ask him if he knows anything about the Whispering Way.
Whispering Way. No, I can't say I've ever heard it, but again, you're welcome to look through my stuff, see if you can find something.
Okay, and then because we saw the runes at the bottom of the prison, could I tell him about those? Like, ask him what he
You can.
might think. Yeah, I'll tell him about those and ask him his opinion on those.
That
What they might be.
that sounds strange.
They kept having the warden's name like repeated around it.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds almost like a protection rune or something like that.
Like to keep something out or in.
It could be either way.
And the warden, would he be the one being protected or the one contained, or what signifies that?
I don't know. I'm really just a collector. I don't know how to use spells.
Okay. Would you need to like look at it to know more about it?
Potentially, but I got these kids here. I gotta teach.
We got a goblin. He knows how to use magic.
Substitute teacher.
But keep in mind, he's a school teacher, not a wizard teacher.
He knows about.
I mean, he has a class full of 6 through 12-year-olds right now while he's talking to you on the side.
Give them a fireball.
You're welcome to look through his books and his collections upstairs. He doesn't seem to have any knowledge about actual magic. He's not a spellcaster by any means. He's just a collector of arcane materials, more from a curiosity rather than anything else.
Okay, so he just is interested.
He's interested and very curious. He claims he's never had any skill or ability at casting spells. But it's a very interesting topic, and he's always interested in learning about it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look through his library, see what I can find about the prison and about these. If there's anything about the slaughter man.
Okay. So, are you searching by yourself, or anybody else going to search with you? Okay. So, give me a roll for whichever one you want to do first.
The society, right?
Yeah, which one which subject?
The slaughter man.
Okay.
12.
19. Okay. You guys find some references to the Splatterman. He was in life. He was Professor Ferriman. He was a celebrated scholar of anthroponomastics, which is the study of personal names and their origins, at the Quartrefo Archives in Caliphos. Okay, basically a very celebrated professor focused on the study of personal names. Some of you may understand that a lot of creatures and extra-dimensional beings, it's rumored that if you know what their true name is, you have power over them. This is sort of the study and focus of that. Okay. An accidental association with a succubus twisted and warped his study, turning it into an obsession. Okay. Ferriman became obsessed with the power of a name and how he could use it to terrify and control. Soon enough, his reputation was ruined. He lost his tenure, and he developed an uncontrollable obsession with an imaginary link between a person's name and what happens to that name when the person dies. Every few days, he would secretly arrange for his victim to find a letter from their name written in blood, perhaps smeared on a wall or spelled out with a carefully arranged entrail. Once he had spelled out his victim's name, he would then come for them, killing them in a gory mess using a complex trap or series of rigged events meant to look like an accident.
So what is the letters that we got on the
VES.
E-S.
What is that?
VES is the one's currently.
That might be how
Yes.
Voldemort died.
Who is anyone that we know of named Vess?
Wait for a minute.
They're
that
not
might
done
be how
putting letters.
Voldemort died.
His name was Petros, not
What was
this
that?
other thing.
Yeah, so then Vess.
Any of the names?
Do we know the first names of the council people other than Vakian?
Yeah.
Garen. I have Garen, Myrta, and Shonda.
Correct.
Do any of those have any secondary names, like the first name or last name?
They had their last name doesn't match that by
Okay.
name.
Alrighty.
What about the priest?
We didn't name the priest.
Priest's name is Varin Grimborough.
How about the sheriff?
The sheriff is Benjamin Kaler.
We got tavern owner Zokar, son is Irvin.
Mhm.
Dominda is the herbalist.
So no one named Vess. What was the name of that dude again? The prisoner or whatever, the real name of him?
The Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And
Professor Fariner.
Well, whoever it is, you guys probably killed him the last raid.
There was the opera was Vance Space Dress, which is supposed
would
to
we
be
know
VS,
would
so
we
far.
I mean in the town would there be somebody that would pretty much know most of the names?
No, it was 50 years ago. I mean, the only people that would have lived at that point would either be Elvish, and there aren't any elves that live here, or the grandmothers and grandfathers of the current, and they would have died before. None of the people here currently that were there at the time.
so would this guy lay out the name in like the order it came in, or would he just lay out the letters and they might have to like rearrange it?
According to them, according to the records that you find, the old notes, he would kill his victims after first tormenting them by spelling their name out
Okay. So
as a means of gaining power over them, and because he was obsessed with the concept that the name held ultimate control over the person.
okay.
Okay.
That's
That
what I'm
was-
saying. Is there anybody like that would know the town folks' names of them so that we could actually, like a phone book, go down the list of.
No, there's no phone books. I mean, there's county records and so forth in the town hall. Or the temple would have the names of anybody who died.
I'm not looking for somebody that's died because
Yeah.
this is spelling.
Like
out
living
everything.
people, like
It's a
the
living
census records of the
person.
town.
The town hall would have census records.
That's probably where we need to hit up.
Okay. Is there anything else we know about this guy?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, he was a well-known and rather prestigious professor, and very capable as such until he became obsessed.
Can we call the council members together and ask if they know anybody that would
Sure.
have?
Or can we go through like
We
the
can go through the
Yeah.
Town
Census,
register.
is there anything else?
records of the names of the people who
Sure.
lived here in the past, like
We did the Mirage. He was the dwarf guy that did stuff with skulls, and then there
Or
was
can we
the,
just
The
can we
Loper
request
killed people with a handbag.
that they can call a full city meeting of everybody
Yeah,
in the
is there any-
city to come together,
You can request it, sure.
see if we can identify somebody with the beginning of BES.
Okay.
What's the
You
name
go
of the school person?
the school person.
You
Is
want to do that or you want to keep?
Alendru Goravin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there any other information there about the prison that we don't already know?
No.
Or Whispering Way? Is there any Whispering Way stuff?
Give me a roll for that.
Would that still be society?
Mhm.
No, not.
Okay.
Lost the dice.
Not all like creatures, so I just want to make sure that it wasn't written by him. It wasn't written by him, so we're good there. I just
Like I said, there's lots of clues hidden in those books and paperwork and everything. We spent a lot of time trying to keep it all complete. So what did you get? 9, you said? 6 and a 9? Okay, yeah, you can't find any indication about the Whispering Way at all in any of the paperwork.
Is there anything about that gold scarab that we saw in the book?
No.
I think that's it.
What about your town names?
Just the census.
Okay, so you and Doge go and talk with Councilor Guerin, who seems very open to your ideas. He seems very excitable when it comes to conspiracies and possible problems and so forth. And he quickly says, "Oh, absolutely. Let's call the town together. We got to deal with this. If you think there's something going on." And he sends out Peverin to run around and notify everybody in town. They say, "Okay, tonight, town council, we'll get everybody together and answer whatever questions you might have."
they're doing that at night.
Yeah, about 8. They set a town meeting for 8 p.m.
So while that's happening, I'm still staking out the city center.
during the day.
No, at night when that's going
Oh,
on.
before that happens.
Yeah,
Okay.
while that's happening,
Okay.
I'm gonna be in here watching that.
Okay. Well, the town hall is like right there.
Oh, well, cool. Then I'll stand outside the town hall.
Okay.
And watch it because it doesn't mean they won't come in and do it.
The letters were VES.
Yes.
Yeah.
Victor, Echo, something. Yeah. Something. Yeah, it worked even.
VZ.
Okay. You guys all meet there in the evening, or is there anything else you want to do during the day?
Am I up by this point?
Yeah.
All right. Well, during the day, I'm gonna see if I can go over to who's the counselor who was in charge of like the military, which he said wasn't doing much at this point, the militia.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if we
He
can.
wants to offer assistance, basically.
Yeah, well that
Okay.
and I was wondering to see if we can start placing them here so they can like or so I can basically train them to stand guard from undead and stuff like that.
Having trained.
So it gives them a job that they haven't had because he talks about they aren't doing much. So they
Well, he explains to you that as a militia, keep in mind, Ustalov has not had any wars or major conflicts for a very long time. So the militia is technically a militia. it's a half dozen farmers who have volunteered to play soldier one weekend out of the month. Okay, and it gives them an opportunity to get away from the wife, get away from their chores, and hold a sword and pretend to be a soldier. Now, are they a military unit? Officially, yes. From a skill level, they are a peasant with a rusty sword. Okay, now he is all for you giving them some discipline and doing some training, but you readily understand that if they were to fight a skeleton, it's probably a 50-50 which one gets destroyed.
Yeah. I know
Okay.
that.
So with that in mind, yeah, if you wanna drill the militia, he'll pull them together and they'll do their exercise right now.
Yeah.
No problem.
I'll start just training them up on basic things.
Okay, great. He does his job and oversees and let you take care of it. And it'll take a couple of days for you to run them through the basics and everything.
Mhm.
But while you're in town, you're more than welcome to do that. Okay. So
I wanted to check the census out before we actually have.
okay, dig through those. Okay, give me a society roll.
18. Yeah.
18. Okay. You search through the census records. There is nobody in town
Murder everyone.
that goes by that name. Okay. So later that evening, the town council calls a town meeting. Everybody gathers up, all 40 or 50 people of the town, it seems like, arrives. The champion sternly watches all of them from outside. Everybody else gathers in the town hall, and the councilman calls everybody to attention and introduces you all as some local do-gooders who have decided to assist with the problems that the town has been facing recently. As a few of you may have seen, there's been some problems in the town center. Reports of undead and skeletons walking up from the graveyards, our ancestors waking up from their rest, and so forth. These brave folk are offering to put a stop to that. It's met with general murmurs of excitement and concern, as well as thanks and appreciation for your guys' willingness to step in and deal with whatever the threat is that these poor townsfolk might have. Councilman invites whoever amongst you wishes to address the crowd or ask for whatever information you might need. Okay. Welcome, dwarf. Please address the crowd.
Can I?
Yes, kobold. You wish to speak to them?
No.
Okay.
Like while he is up there speaking, I am going to be like have my hood on and keeping an eye on the crowd, see if there's going to be any.
Okay, you're just keeping an eye on the crowd.
Yeah, like seeing if there's going to be any assassination attempts.
Okay.
Who knows?
There could be. So
We are here because we have suspicions about a murder going around, and he's crazed about names.
a murderer. Ooh, murder. Murders.
And he likes to write people's names out of who his next victim might be. So
Does he use a gun?
no, not that we're aware of, but
Another farmer calls it. What's this? What he writes?
There at each murder there's been a blood symbol of a letter, and so far
How many people have died?
nobody's died yet, except the cat.
Where's the murderer then?
That I don't know.
Well,
You sense you might be losing the crowd.
Okay.
Okay.
I need to know, does anybody in here have VES in their name? Raise your hand.
My name's Travis.
I mean,
At
like,
the beginning of the name.
With a VES
what
at the end?
people's first name starts with the letters VES?
It might not start. That's the thing. Travis spelled as TRAVES.
VIS.
Yes.
Yeah, you.
Everybody sort of looks at each other, and nobody seems to speak up.
Well, the reason we
Does
say
anybody-
this,
Does anybody know any information on somebody, the study of specific names?
Everybody looks rather confused
Okay.
at each other. Give me a diplomacy roll.
I have a -1.
Okay.
oh, great.
I'm sensing that. If only you had somebody trained in influencing crowds. One.
2 -1.
Okay. Yeah, they you see a couple of the locals start to get up and walk out and say, I got stuff to do.
Okay.
It's 8 p.m. What do you have to do?
I'm going to.
Eat.
I'll feed you.
Okay, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to cut to the chase.
Okay,
here.
let me call my friend up real quick.
Yeah.
He'll try this again. I don't know what I'm doing.
Councilman, I thought this was something important here. Why disturbing us?
Do you want to die? Okay.
Are you threatening them?
No.
Okay.
You no. Okay. 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 Bar do.
I don't know what we're asking the people.
Basically,
What we're
Like out of character, I don't know what the questions are we're asking.
We're trying to find anybody.
We had the answer with that sentence, guys.
Okay. All right. So basically, as I was trying to say, we're all aware of the vandals who were vandalizing the town square. Yes.
Yeah.
Writing the letters in blood.
I heard it with some kids.
Yeah. Well, we've been doing some research.
I heard it was an orc.
We've been doing some research, and my friends believe that the culprit could have been a man who used to go by the name of the Splatter Man.
Who's that?
He was a guy, apparently, who was around during the time of the fire, during the prison fire, and
What?
he,
That back in Grandpappy's day?
yeah, which, now that we've seen undead skeletons roaming the streets, I'm going to say that
What?
the logic of
Wouldn't he be dead?
yes, but I'm saying he could be undead and out there somewhere, just because of the logic that there were skeletons roaming the street a few days ago.
So you're saying a skeleton is painting the gazebo?
Yeah, so what this Splatter Man used to do is he would paint the letters.
Give me a diplomacy roll.
Yeah.
This meeting, and
I think I actually.
I might have diplomacy. I don't know.
I have better than a negative one.
I hope you have better than a -1.
I have an one. I'm not gonna talk.
The Bart is refusing to talk. He doesn't know what the
question is. What's the point of it?
19 plus 3.
Okay, 22. Okay. So the crowd is listening intently. They're trying to understand your logic here. They are questioning the claim that there is a undead person from 50 years ago painting letters on the town square.
Alright. So basically what this person would do is they would paint they would first, before they murdered their victim, they would taunt them by over a course of a few days painting the letters of their name. And
Style of their murder.
Yes.
It's not necessarily the same person. It's just somebody copying the same style.
it could be.
A copycat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's why there's a cat.
so anyway,
That's what we were thinking.
so basically what would happen is they would eventually, over the course of a few days, complete all the letters to the person's name, and then that person would be brutally murdered.
That doesn't sound good. Whose name is it?
Well, the letters so far, we ended up ambushing a thing of skeletons when we were trying to do a stakeout on it. But the letter that was spelled so far was the letters VES.
That was the IS.
Did they have a cat too?
No. The cat, we believe the cat that was murdered on the ground, they were using the blood of that cat to paint the letters.
So one of the farmers stands up. So your theory here is skeletons of our brothers and sisters are animating and writing somebody's name.
And then plotting to kill them.
Okay.
So
What do you want us to do?
we're just trying to figure out if there's anyone here who has the first initials of their name as VES.
Anyone in town.
Anyone in town.
They all look at each other. Nobody seems to offer any options.
What's the names of the group? Like, what? I don't know what the group's names are.
Yeah.
On
What do
me.
you mean the groups?
Like
Like
Character
the party
character
name.
names.
Oh, us?
Yeah.
I'm Arius.
Is it spelling somebody's character name?
I thought about that too, but I
That would be
Your name.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, that's my name.
Anybody have a V in their name?
I do, but
An E?
no.
Okay. What's your middle name?
He doesn't know.
We'll find out.
Basically, we're just saying be cautious if you see letters written in blood. And make sure
Okay.
just make sure that your name's letters do not spell out that.
Change your name.
But you're saying one of us is going to die?
No, we're saying that
We need to be extra
somebody
vigilant.
that has a VES,
But so, what are you guys going to do?
we need to find out who VES is.
We need to
Well-
figure out who the person is who is painting all these things.
Aren't you going to stop the murderer?
That's what we're gonna do.
That's what
Okay.
we're planning on doing. But if there
Get
is
to it.
Okay.
all right, if there's a
I'm
person
outside
named
anyways.
VES,
Yeah.
I'm trying
Do I
to
see
figure out
anybody?
their significance.
You see some latecomers coming to the council thing. You see some others leaving that are bored with it. But other than that,
We're
no.
just letting you know what's happening, what's going on.
Okay. Now
Did
now
I
we're all
see
very
anything-
concerned. There's a murderer.
Did I see anything among the crowd?
No. Nothing unusual or suspicious.
Which we didn't really need the meeting because we saw in
Yeah.
the census there wasn't anybody. with
Okay.
Was the meeting
I will
too
stake
good?
out for the night.
Yeah.
You're gonna keep an eye out overnight.
Did I save us
Okay.
from
I'll stay
embarrassment a
with
little
them.
bit?
You
Yes.
think we should maybe go to
Stay near me.
the prison the next day since we haven't been there in a while?
Okay.
We have more information.
It's good.
Yeah, I'm ready to go to the prison the next day. So
Okay.
maybe
Okay.
not be exhausted.
So who's gonna stake out tonight, and who's ready to go to? Who's gonna plan to go to the prison first thing in the morning?
I gotta
I'm taking
sleep
out.
because
Okay.
I
Place your
thought
board
we-
pieces on the board if you're gonna be staking out the place tonight.
Instead, should we
You
do
staking out or
shift
you going to the
instead?
prison? You should stake out because you don't want to.
well, but then I'm gonna
Why
be
would you
fatigued
have
from trying to
to-
train the militia.
You can be fatigued. when you're tired training.
That's not as big of a deal.
Alright, as long as I'm not exhausted.
Yeah, like I don't have to go to the prison first thing in the morning, but the earlier we go, then we don't have to be there at night.
What's wrong with that?
There's scary stuff. I don't have a flashlight.
Trevor,
Is
you
it black
staying
light
up or
for
are
the
you
ghost
going to sleep or?
You guys go up. They get scared.
Okay.
You want-
So
It's just a little bit more.
Please.
just the three of you. Everybody else is heading back to Petros's place for sleeping.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to say near to her.
Where you want to be?
Right there's fine.
Okay. So that night, everybody eventually disperses from the town meeting. There's lots of rumors or lots of murmurs amongst them. Everybody's complaining about the threat of some serial killer, mass murderer, and this nonsense about writing and so forth. Some of them don't seem to even understand that aspect. But they're very concerned about it. Others seem to be very encouraging, saying that's not a problem. We got like 10 heroes here. They're bound to stop whatever it is before one of us gets killed. And more of them are very confused as to what VES means and so forth. The night passes quietly for a while, and then around 1 a.m. or so, you see a single person walk up the road over here towards the center. He's sort of shambling about. He's dressed normally, looks like a farmer, dragging something in the ground behind him. About the size of maybe a large dog or so. just sort of stumbles up the road. Looks like he's half asleep. And walks into the courtyard area and right up to the gazebo.
And he's clearly a person, not a skeleton.
Correct. Yeah, as he goes into the light, you see he looks like one of the farmers. You've seen him a couple of times around town.
All right, since I'm right there,
Open fire.
I'm not gonna
I was honestly thinking that as soon as you started describing it, it's like pull the trigger.
I'm going to use intimidation. I'm going to point the gun at him and cock the hammer and basically tell him to freeze and stay where he is and turn around slowly.
Okay, you call out across the courtyard, keeping in mind the scale here. He's about 150 feet away from you. Yeah, you call out loudly towards him as you cock the gun. He obviously can't hear that at the distance, but you call out. He doesn't seem to react or acknowledge your presence at all. He moves right up to the edge of the gazebo and then crouches down out of sight from you, just given the walls and things like that.
Is he visible to us from our angle?
No, he like you see him move up there when he gets in between the buildings and everything. Like I said, he crouches down. He's doing something at that location.
I think he's the guy. We need to arrest him.
We need to let him do what he's gonna do.
None of us can hear anything, so you yelled at him. So he obviously.
Yeah, he just called out.
But he acted like he didn't
He
register.
either didn't hear him or didn't react.
Okay.
So
Okay.
therefore,
So
we
she's suggesting stay quiet and hidden. So she's staying hidden. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna attempt to sneak.
Okay.
As best I can.
Sure.
Flank.
Yeah. Okay. You flank quietly up to him.
Yep. I'm not trying to get like on top of him by any means. I just want to be able to see what
You
he's
just
doing.
get closer.
Yeah.
Okay, you move maybe halfway across the courtyard or whatever before you see him. He is currently knelt down along the wall. There is something at his feet that you can't really make out very clearly, and he's rubbing something with his hands on the wall.
this is our guy. We need to tie him up.
But you still want
So can I make out what he's writing? What letter?
It looks like a C, maybe a D.
I'm gonna stand there and allow him. I'm gonna get closer
Let him finish.
and let him finish that letter.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, he finishes. It's fairly clearly an O or a 0. He finishes what he's doing. Then he stands up, turns about, and sort of shambles back down towards the road.
Tie him up.
I rush him.
Okay.
To restrain him. Is
Okay.
he dragging the thing back with
No.
him? No. Whatever he left.
Yeah,
it
whatever is
Okay.
left there.
I will go and restrain him.
Okay. You run over there and tackle him. He struggles briefly, and then goes almost comatose.
Can I see his face?
Yeah.
Do I recognize him from the town?
Yeah, you recognize him as a farmer. He lives just
Did he-
south of town. Lives on the outskirts of town. He seems to be sleeping at this point.
Eyes open, sleeping.
Yeah, his eyes are open, but not really focused on anything. And as you subdue him and pin him, he struggles initially, and then he seems to just sort of relax and just be sleeping peacefully at this point.
Yeah, okay. Not happening.
His arms and hands are covered in blood. You're fairly bloody at this point as a result of it.
Can I go and investigate what's laying at the...
Yeah, there's a large dog. Looks like a guard dog. Has been gutted along the belly, and the intestines and blood have been wiped on the wall to make the marking.
I have an idea.
Okay. The only other thing you find on him, he has a shaving razor, a straight razor.
Okay.
In his hands, that's
nothing
what he-
ceremonial about
No,
it.
nothing unusual necessarily. I mean, unusual given that his whole situation.
I have an
But
idea
no,
to get him.
just something he cut the
He's
dog up
already
with.
got
I know, but I'm saying like how to make this not look bad because you're covered in blood, and if we get someone's attention,
It
they're
doesn't
gonna
look
think
bad
you're
at
the culprit.
No, they don't.
He's got blood on his hands, so I'm saying you need to get in hiding.
I'm not going to hide. Yeah.
All right. Well, now we have him and he's sleeping. We can pretty much.
Someone can go get.
We need to get someone and then basically show him this is the guy. He's got blood all on
There's
his
nothing,
hands.
nothing
Did you
special
tie
about
him
the
up?
dog.
Wait,
There's nothing
use the
special. About,
handcuffs?
I'm just holding him. He still got the handcuffs. I didn't take him back.
Oh,
No,
Just restraining.
nothing unusual about anything. I mean, no
So
marks or anything like that.
Is it more of a sleepwalker or more of a possessed look about him?
He's already down.
He's unconscious. He's just sleeping at this point.
Sounds
Do
like
you
you're
have to check
sleepwalking.
magic?
Why would this man sleep murder a cat and then sleep cover blood on the walls?
It's not the same person. Different people got mind control.
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking too.
Get the sheriff.
Sheriff!
Um,
Sheriff's probably all frustrated that every other night he keeps getting waken up.
Hey, as long as there's an actual feasible
Some of us
thing
don't get to sleep in.
as long as there's something significant happening, he's probably fine with it.
Okay. So one of you gonna run and get the sheriff?
I'll get the sheriff this time.
Okay. 'Cause he knows you well.
Yeah.
sheriff, get out!
Okay.
What did you do this time?
Short time later, you return with the sheriff and a couple of his deputies. He rounds them up from the jail. They come over there and check. They identify the guy as a farmer. Like I said, lives just south of town, by the name of Gibbs Hefenis. Bit of a troublemaker. Sort of a ornery type kind of guy. Never really caused any trouble like this. They seem completely shocked that he's the guy doing this.
Does he have a family or is he just a loner?
No, he's a loner.
He's a loner?
Yeah.
Will the sheriff give me permission to go search his house and see if there's something we can find that...
Yeah, he'll send one of the deputies with you.
Okay. I'll explain that it seemed like he wasn't fighting and it wasn't like he was knowledgeable of what he was doing. I explained what it seemed like. But I suggest him being
Yeah.
detained, obviously, until we can figure
Oh
out.
yeah. They've shackled him and they're taking him off to the jail at this point.
Previously, when looking at the wall, how big is the wall?
The wall's maybe 3 or 4 feet tall.
Oh yes, I'm talking about like wide, like for letter space.
It's like it bisects the whole courtyard area. It's pretty long.
Okay.
So what was the letter when he got done?
Oh.
Oh.
Or 0.
So just so you
V-A-O?
guys know.
V-A-O?
My last name has all the letters in it.
Okay. That might be
In
irrelevant.
that order? In that order?
And
No.
but all those are in there. But she got a big last name. Maybe it's kind of like Blink.
Could be.
He referred me to the guy's house.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
So
well,
the
no.
two of you are going to go check out the house.
With the deputy. Right?
Okay. Yeah. The deputy's going to go with whomever. I didn't know if you wanted to get anybody else.
I'm gonna go back to sleep for now because I gotta train.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, as soon as they take the guy away, you guys can either stay here or go on your own. Or, like I said, if you want to get somebody else, you can.
Wake everybody else up or just go
Stop
check his.
Yeah.
It will just
You
go
should
back.
Okay.
stop them.
So his house is on the. Zoom out the map a bit.
Dark.
Dark.
Dark, yeah.
Want me to move the group icon?
No.
Fine then.
I should just make it day so that you can see. GM Overlord powers. His house is located here, way to the south. It's a red one.
Oh yeah. Okay. So,
Along the road to the prison.
Oh,
Matter of fact, his seems to be the last house on the road to the prison.
Oh.
She's been at the prison all day, guys.
Gotta go to the prison tomorrow.
All right.
I've been wanting to go to the prison ever since we got kicked out by the sheriff. It's crooked.
Hey, I got all my research and I'm ready to go back.
And his name was Gibbs. What was his last name?
Give
A
that.
Fennis.
Give that.
Fennis.
What's your last name?
Derbyshire.
Okay. The house itself is a basic farmhouse. He has crops nearby. He doesn't have anything unusual. I mean, the place isn't very clean. He seems to live alone. With the deputies, deputy keeping an eye on you. You guys search the place. Spend maybe an hour checking through it. Other than, I mean, he has a shaving set where the razor came from. It doesn't look like he has anything else of note.
Is this a house also?
Yeah. And that is.
So is the prison like over here?
That's just another farmhouse of one of the farmers. Nobody of note that you've met necessarily.
Okay, never mind.
But neither was he.
Well, right.
So no letters, no notes, nothing
Nothing
written in the dust.
nothing obvious there. Like I said, the road to the prison goes along here, and the statue memorial is right here.
So right near his place there's
Yeah, his appears to be the last house before the road. Before the only thing past it is the memorial and the prison.
like to
It's almost like the prison's moving towards.
What was the name of the warden?
Prison. Prison's
Fuck
just
right.
gonna drop in the middle of town.
So the deputy is probably knows that we aren't going to find anything in there either. So
Yeah.
And is the statue on the way back, or is
It's
it?
further.
It's further.
Uh-huh.
I want to light a torch and go take a look at the memorial.
Okay.
Okay. If deputy wants to come, that's great.
Yeah, he'll accompany you.
I go there and
His job is to keep an eye on you guys, but so
um,
make whatever you're doing legal.
I want to
Check out the memorial
the
again.
memorial and actually take a note of the names.
Okay. Okay.
You said all 23 guards around there and
Yeah, there's a total of 25 names. It's a 25-foot tall moss-covered stone statue depicting a proud, muscular human dressed in leather armor, wielding a truncheon like a club. Labeled as a depiction of Warden Hockren. There are 25 names. Warden Hockren, 23 guards, and Visoriana Hockren, the wife.
Ah,
Visoriana.
there we
That's
go.
the name. VESO. Visoriana.
Vestoria. I said Vestoria.
Vesoriana. Vesoriana.
Can I look and see if there's anything on there that's not moss covered, like looks like it's been moved or anything looks out of place on there?
On the statue, no, but behind it, a short distance into the forest, you find a couple of dead cats that look like they've been gutted.
So you-
Recently?
They've been here for a while, at least several days.
Long enough for them to start their V and the E and the.
So you had said that she died in a fire.
Mhm.
She wasn't supposed to be there.
Mhm.
Do they know, like, a body was actually produced from her death in the fire?
Don't have any information on that. That was 50 years ago.
You know, the house was so unstable. I think we should go there. Check it out.
Well, maybe
Is the
in the
house-
future nights we should have someone watching this area and then watching the.
Yeah, if we're seeing this is where it looks like they're starting there. I think someone can hide in a tree or something. You fall out of the tree.
We
Okay.
just split up the whole
Well,
party
maybe
10 ways around the town.
She's not dead.
Trash can.
Two there,
Maybe she was intertwined with all
We
five
will
of
watch
these
the town
psychos.
all at once.
Because there's
Every
been
night.
flute music and Sturgis and the other. I think maybe she's bringing all five of these. Maybe she was.
Would she have been alive?
No way! Burn 'em! No way!
Would she have been alive at this point? Like, if she didn't die, would she still be alive?
She'd be 50 years older.
How old
No,
was she at
no.
that point?
50 years is like really old in this
Was she,
time.
yeah, she would have been in her. You believe she would have been in her 30s
She could be hiding out
at the time of the fire. So yes, in concept, she could still be alive.
You could be in her 80s.
It'd probably be a stretch for a human without other powers, abilities, etc. Okay, Yeah, this time frame, this period, it's at a human lifespan. 50 or 60 is about the limit.
The key would be is does she have any kin?
Yeah,
Correct.
next of kin.
Right. No, the family, the warden and the wife were both killed in the fire. They didn't have any children.
Yeah, I say we go to the prison tomorrow and check
Were
out
there
that house.
records of the splatter dude's kin or whatever? Did he have any?
None that you guys have found.
Okay.
Is it 1 or 2 in the morning then?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm done for the night then.
Okay.
I've seen enough, and I'll go home and go to bed.
Okay.
Does that make me
Fatigued.
fatigued, not exhausted?
Yes.
Okay. I'm done.
So
Same.
okay. So you guys are fatigued.
Yep.
So in the morning, what would you guys wish to do?
Let everybody know all of this stuff, and then I think we figured out the name.
Okay.
And then I'd like to, before we head up, if you guys don't mind, I'd like to visit the sheriff real quick to see if he got any information from that.
We need to find out about the warden and the
Yeah,
warden's
we can
wife.
go.
Yeah.
We can go check the sheriff if he definitely wants to sleep there.
Okay.
And then we can go to prison later.
Yeah, and ask him.
Yeah, that night.
Yeah. We can ask, if you guys want to ask him about the warden and the warden's wife, if they found any bodies of any of the people in that after that fire, or if it was just why not?
Okay. So you guys go talk to the warden, or not the warden, the sheriff.
Yep.
Okay. Sheriff's gone to sleep. He's been up a lot of the nights recently, so the deputy's there.
Get any information out of the guy?
No. Gibbs woke up a little bit after we locked him up. He was exhausted. Was rather confused why he was there.
Didn't know. What was the last thing you recall?
He said he went to bed.
Can you talk to him?
Yeah. You go in there. He still has blood all over his arms. I mean, it's dried and caked in at this point. He's like sitting there, looks like he's in shock. Based on what the deputy had told him had happened. He says, I don't know what's going on.
So you,
They say I did this, but I didn't do it.
so you just went to bed, and then next thing you know, you're here.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know? Do you have any connection with the old warden at the thing? I mean, are you related somehow?
Warden? No, I don't even like the sheriff.
I don't think we can get anything out of this thing.
Don't we have that Ouija board?
I do.
We could use it.
I have the
Where?
little thing.
Where? Well, obviously they're probably just getting possessed and stuff like that from all these different ghosts. So we could use the Ouija board to find out.
That be feasible?
It's a divination thing. It's called a spirit planchette. You can activate it and ask whatever spirit it is that answers questions. Okay, based on the quality of the device, it determines how much control you have over the spirit, and i.e., how likely it is to tell you the truth. So you ask it yes or no questions, or a question that can be answered in a single word, and it will either lie to you or tell you the truth based on the results.
Would the Church of Pharasma have a better quality one
No.
that we could borrow?
No, they're not really fond of the whole speaking with the dead thing.
They're supposed to be resting.
Yeah.
Some are just more active. Like the Stay Fit.
Right. The exercise group that we knocked out.
Yeah. They were just going on their afternoon walk.
So this guy's not helping us at all, basically.
He seems to have no recollection of the events.
Nothing
What
before, nothing after.
Everything before. I mean, up until he went to sleep that night, he woke up. Now, he comments over the last week or two. I mean, he hasn't been sleeping very well. A lot of times he's been waking up exhausted. Um,
Any dreams or any reason?
Nothing he recollects from those nights as unusual.
What's the percentage of the Ouija board? Tell them the truth. 60.
For your brass one, it is only 60% true.
Okay.
Now, as a caution, communicating with the spirits can also be dangerous because some of the spirits are jealous or hateful of the living. I.e., whoever uses the spirit board has to make a saving throw or get affected by the spirits. So it's not something you want to necessarily take directly.
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything else to this going.
No.
Okay?
Make him use a Ouija board.
There you go.
Yeah, and then I'll go pay some.
Just look at the knives.
Okay?
I'm sleeping.
You guys going to get some rest for the day and then go to the prison in the afternoon and evening?
Yeah, that's a plan.
Okay.
Would we have any time to do any research, like if
Sure.
get anywhere about like the lady,
Depends what they're doing.
like
Do I?
the town hall about the Soriana?
Sure.
Where did the warden used to live?
I don't have any
He
divination
has a
stuff, so I
logic
can't do it.
outside the main prison building.
Divination.
The building?
I think.
Yeah, he the warden's house would have been located right outside the main prison building. That's where he and his wife would have lived.
That was the one that was all like really shaky. If anybody went in it.
I want to talk to these people.
Okay.
I just want to see if they
Yeah.
noticed anything in the evenings.
Yeah, you find a family there. I said no. We've been admittedly staying up late, scared of undead and skeletons, but no, haven't seen anything.
Because the cats were right in their backyard, basically, right?
Yeah, but we got a lot of cats.
Dead dogs.
Well, no, we don't like dogs. The daughter's allergic to them, so we haven't had any dogs. But we got a lot of barn cats.
It's not weird that they're scudded in your backyard.
Well, they would have noticed that they were hidden behind Gibbs's house.
Okay.
Okay, and what they're basically saying is there's a lot of stray cats, so they wouldn't have noticed one missing for a week
No,
necessarily. And they didn't have any dogs, so their dog wasn't the one that was taken. Okay, so you said you're going to research Soriana at the town hall?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anybody else want to do any research in the morning while you guys are waiting for the rest of them to sleep and get recovered enough?
I'm doing that while they're.
Understood.
I
Okay.
wanna go to-
Okay, give me some more society checks.
18.
Andy, are you up for using the board
22.
at the dude's house?
22. Okay. Yeah, Visoriana was the wife of the warden, Visoriana Hockren.
Because
he died in the
it
fire.
all seems to be happening around.
There's
his
no
house,
record of
so
her
the
after
spirit
that
could
point.
Be there, and we can try to communicate with the spirit. There.
From what little records you find of her, she was well known. She was popular, very well liked by at least the people of the town at the time. There's no records or information as to why she was in the prison at the time. She was not a guard or trained or anything like that. She was a housewife, and she died in the basement or in the prison with the rest of the guards at the time.
So she shouldn't have been down there. She should have
Been a
been
blender
just at
right
the
before
work
her day.
Correct.
Any background on her? Anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing in the town hall other than when they moved to the town to take over the prison and run it and everything.
We have time to research the ward themselves.
As part of it, yeah, but I mean, there's nothing.
No.
He seemed like a good guy. I mean, he was basically just he was very protective of the family and a strong presence maintaining law and order in the place. Obviously, he was very protective of the town because he gave his life to protect it rather than letting the prisoners get out. But from all the reports, he was a very successful prison manager. He was not the one who passed sentence. Those were other circuit judges that would rotate in. His job was just to make sure that there was control over the prison and the prisoners didn't get out. Okay, and to run the guards and that sort of stuff. So he didn't pass judgment on anybody. He just maintained whatever the judgment was. Okay. So, okay. Anything else you guys wish to do before that evening? Okay.
This is the afternoon, right?
It'll be early afternoon, or late afternoon, early evening, by the time everybody's rested and ready to go, which when everybody is not fatigued or exhausted at that point, and you guys are ready to go off to the prison.
You want to use it at Gibbs's house, or do
That's-
you want to use it at
I would
the
use it at
warden's
the-
house?
We could do both.
Well,
We go to work. We do
Well,
that.
I feel like we should do it at Gibbs's house because it seems to be all focusing on his house with all the dead cats and stuff like that.
Because I was gonna see if I could somehow do something where I can eventually get like 42 gold or something.
That's a very
Why?
specific number.
But do something to get 42
No.
No, 43,
The
not 43 and a half, 42.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the militia,
He wants to arm the militia with muskets.
yes.
I don't know how to use it.
They can use the muskets, yes. The problem is you're going to have to import gunpowder because nobody uses gunpowder regularly around here. You can purchase it for quantities that you would need, but to outfit a town is a whole different scope.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I could import gunpowder.
They use swords and shields and traditional stuff.
Oh,
okay.
alright.
So, but that's beyond the scope of what we're talking about right now. Okay. So, I understand we want to use a spirit planchette at some particularly spooky location.
yeah.
Have a
So
seance?
quick, out of game. I'm against the raising of dead, not necessarily speaking with the dead. Do you think that is?
You are okay with speaking with the dead.
Okay.
You are against gaining profit or gain from the dead.
Got
Okay.
The whole goal is to put them to rest.
Keep in mind, a spirit planchette is not speaking with the dead.
It's
You're speaking with an extra dimensional being,
not a demon, a daemon.
or both.
Or it could be either.
It could be anything.
Any of the two dimensions.
Any
there.
extra dimensional entity,
Okay.
including the dead,
Yeah.
or a demon, or a daemon, or an angel, or whatever.
Whatever rolls through. Okay.
Whatever happens to hear your call is what responds.
Would Jenny be able to know which one it is?
No.
Well, we can always ask it.
You could.
Are you a
Is there
demon?
a
They
certain?
lie.
And there's 60% chance it'll tell you the truth.
Do you get a certain? So do I? Other than just the normal, that what we know about,
Whatever it is jealous of the living.
right? So, number of questions. Is there limits to that kind of stuff? I want to make sure I'm. Before we go into
What
this,
the mechanics are?
I'm kind of prepared. When
Yeah.
I have to use this board.
Okay.
Well, just
so-
bring some holy water.
How to put it back?
We all got holy
Because
water.
Okay.
if we're gonna do the whole, we're gonna do the Monsters Inc. Put that thing back where it came from.
Yes.
Help me.
Okay.
So-
So it is
Yeah, I have to get Verizon on the line.
spirit planchette.
It's like, why
Okay.
do you do this?
You have to have a board, or at least the letters written out somewhere. It does not have to be the board. The board is purely cosmetic.
The
So
nicer
you-
it is, though, the better the result.
No, the actual piece that you're
Oh.
controlling, that's where all the magic is.
Oh, okay.
So you could literally scratch out some letters in the dirt
Use
and
that.
use that. Okay, that's all that's is important. Okay, now that planchette, that piece, the better that is, the stronger the magic is.
Gotcha.
Okay, to use it, you rest your fingers on it, you concentrate as if maintaining the spell for multiple rounds, etc. Something responds.
This is a Ouija board.
It is.
It is exactly
Okay.
what it is.
Questions can be asked of any of the by any of the individuals involved in the seance. Okay, the results of each question depends on the type of planchette. The reply is yes, no, or maybe, or spelling out a single word. Okay. You can add, it will last for 2d6 rounds once you make contact. it answers it in the number of answers it can give you is a yes, a no, a maybe, or a single letter every round. So if it has to spell out a word,
It's 1 letter per round.
1 letter per
So
round
you gotta get-
until you run out of time. Okay, that's the limitation on the questions. Okay, whoever is summoning it and participating in it makes a willpower save, and based on the results of that, may or may not be influenced by some extra dimensional being at some point in the future. Not necessarily right then. Okay? In other words, you give me a hero point to use against you based on the results, and you don't know whether it was successful or not.
Or when you're going to use it.
Right. Okay? With the brass planchette, you have a 60% chance that whatever it tells you is true.
So now that we know it's a will save,
You're
my will is a +5.
Mine's a +5. Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody have a significant
Mine's a
will?
+9.
Get the
Well,
barbarian.
I
That's why.
+7.
Listen, that barbarian's waiting to chop the paladin in the half. We already know this.
Yeah, you guys swap roll.
Yeah.
You want the barbarian to take part in the seance.
So you have a +9. Is that the highest?
+9 will save?
Not the barbarian.
That's what happens when you.
Oh,
High,
okay. Wow.
high intelligence
My
primal.
proficiency is 5 and my wisdom is
Yours is
+4.
5, 8.
That's
Okay,
what happens
so
when you're a druid.
Nice.
And a dwarf at the
so
end.
each person gets 2d6. If 2 people were to,
No.
or just it's 2d6
The seance
each
lands
time.
2d6.
So it doesn't matter
Who-
who it is. Okay.
Right.
Is there a recharge on it?
Charge 5 points.
Benedict, are you willing to do it?
Sure.
Now, a hero point to use against you, is that like a. And someone we're fighting gets a hero point? Or
Yep.
is it like.
He can make him reroll.
I, as the GM, get a hero point to use against the player.
And then it's like you roll a critical, okay, re-roll that, like that.
Sure.
That's dumb.
But it's not. You don't know, and you don't know if he gets it or not. That's the other thing.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's the risk. You're dabbling with things beyond your comprehension, and if you don't have a strong enough will, you let the spirits influence you. It's a temporary thing. Eventually, it'll be used and it'll be gone, or I'll hold on to it until the very end of the campaign. Remember that influence? Click, 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 click. You guys.
So your +9 is very good for.
Plus,
You're very
plus, if,
resistant
plus
to it.
if we rolls bad, we can spend our re-rolls trying to counteract it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and I don't have one.
I still have
I don't have one because
Yeah,
seconds
you've
gone.
used it, right?
Yeah, I was just like, it's a new day. No, it's
Okay,
not.
but keep in mind, everybody who participates makes that will save. Now, I will give you the benefit of everyone beyond the first 2 adds an extra d6 to the duration.
Okay, so if Jenny with a +8 and Carter with a +9, they both
You get
have to roll
2d6.
a will save.
Every participant gives you a d6 of duration,
Okay, so it could be.
but everybody has to make the will save.
Gotcha. So if they're just asking questions, the rest of us are standing back, but we all discuss the questions asked ahead of time. So we all like, hey, Benedict, this is what you should ask.
If you guys are in the midst of the seance and you're debating the questions, your
Right.
time is still ticking by.
Yeah, I'm talking prior to
Right.
starting. the
You guys
seance.
figure it out ahead of time, and then 2 people participate. You get 2d6 rounds to ask the question.
what are we asking?
That's what we want to do ahead of time.
Right.
Figure out
Okay.
ahead of time.
Are you willing to do it, Jenny, with the +8 for your will? You guys can say no, and it's legit. It's up to you guys
No,
because
I'll do it.
okay.
Cards is all for it.
We
You got the dwarf can do a +7 also.
I mean, if you get an angel, you're all set.
Yeah.
But still a jealous angel.
Right.
Well,
Yes.
well, we can get an angel, we can get a ghost barbarian, or we could get a nature one.
You could get an angry farmer that was shot in the head.
Right. And all he wants to talk about is who shot him in the head.
That's right.
We should just get Phrasma.
So if we
Just
get
kept
2d6,
spelling his
we
name.
get 2d6 rounds.
You get d6 per participant.
Right. So if the both of them are if Jenny and
If
and
those
Carter
are the
want
only
it,
2 that want to participate, if you need longer, like I said, if you have to spell out an answer,
Yeah.
it's 1 round per letter.
Let's figure out what we're asking first.
So let's go yes and no questions first. So what are we trying to find out?
I don't know.
Are you admitting?
Is that your
What was
first
the
question,
purpose
or are you
of
asking the group?
How about this is the group? How about did
That'd be
everyone
silly.
in the fire perish? That'll let us know if anybody survived it ahead of time.
Mhm.
Do
Possibly.
you have a piece of paper you can write this
Yep.
on?
That's a decent idea.
You can-
Right now, of note, the entity you contact is not automatically all-knowing. Okay? Whatever it is, they'll make a claim. They can only answer based on their individual knowledge. Okay? So you can't necessarily say you can't have them solve a riddle for you or whatever that they couldn't necessarily solve, or answer something that they wouldn't have any information on.
There we go.
Okay.
They can do our math homework for us.
Yeah. Can you solve my math homework? So,
But I was trying to think of something vague. Because I think the more
well, anything you ask related to this particular event, obviously it has some supernatural effects.
right.
Is going to be more likely this whatever you talk to is going to know something about it.
Gotcha.
Okay, because there's a strong influence, obviously, from the prison. Okay, but if you contact a spirit and say, "What happened at the end of the Rise of the Rune Lord campaign?" It's going to say, "I don't know."
So we'll have at least 2 questions. If it's 2d6, we'll minimum 2 questions to ask. So the first one is, did anyone survive the fire in the prison?
Should we specify which prison?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Harrison prison. Yeah, see.
Just
see.
in the prison.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there was lots of people who survived different fires in different prisons.
Yeah.
Thousands.
That's 10 rounds.
You might
Yeah.
put the year or two, whatever.
So it's 14. That's 14, 10, and
Did we lose the gunslinger?
46.
yep.
Oh, okay. Like I said, you get a lot longer period, conceivably, the more people participate.
And you get a point for each person that fails the will save across the board.
Versus that person in particular. It only influences that person.
Okay, what else are we asking, guys?
Maybe toward the end we could ask who they are. But toward the end.
Well,
Or if we have a
uh,
specific person.
Or if we just have
Are
extra
you the
time to
one-
spare.
Are you?
Well, if you ask who they are, then they gotta spell out their name. And
Yeah,
say
that's
yes
why I
or
said
no,
toward
so
the
you
end.
don't have.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Joseph Sanchez.
Is there a
What's the who would be the person initial name?
yeah.
Maybe ask, did you
Well,
possess this
Person.
guy? We could ask if this is the
If you were
spirit.
there.
Did you possess Gibbs or whatever his name was?
Yeah, his
See
name
if we
is
got the right one.
You know the chances of us getting that one specific ghost? out
Well,
of
we're
the
doing
10
that
billion?
specific place that it keeps happening at, so we assume that the spirit lingers, so then it's more likely to
Does
get
it
the signal.
contact everything and just whoever like clicks call? Like, okay.
It's like an open power.
Yeah, you're opening a loudspeaker and saying, "Hey, anybody out there?"
So we
And
basically
the
got a
first one that
in-
responds.
Yeah.
we basically got a 1 in 10 trillion.
Is there a hidden entrance into the prison? Is there a hidden entrance into the basement of the prison?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Because
Okay.
if somebody survived, they had to be able to get out. They collapsed that whole thing.
Or maybe we
Yeah.
specify,
If it isn't a ghost.
or should we ask? Never mind. I take 2.
What? Is it
I
answer needs to be spelled out?
would say if we could ask
You know,
who
maybe
survived.
maybe the spirit that you were going to be talking to could be the warden's wife, and that's why she's spelling her name out there.
That would be very, very.
Maybe
lucky.
have one on there like, did you possess the guy? Like, see if we can get the actual one.
Did
Gibbs.
you possess Gibbs?
Are you sure it's not
And then
the
another one we can ask is the wife possessing him, depending on stuff like that.
Are we?
Or if he's possessing him at all,
Or
or just
just-
not sleepwalking.
So do we know if the flute guy is a ghost just playing the flute?
10 games.
Or do we
later.
know?
We don't even know.
We haven't
So what
done
if
any.
it's the flute that's the mind control?
Well, that's two different serial killers. There's the Flatterman, which is the ladders, and then the Piper, who's the Stooges. Two
Is,
different people.
is the Piper of Ilmarsh alive?
Okay.
Was he an elf?
Was he an elf?
Nobody
The
knows.
Piper.
Didn't say. You didn't even know his
You guys
real
don't have any
name.
information.
All we knew is that he played a
all these
We
flute.
only
and he
know
was
that the
paramedic
Marauder was
with this.
dwarf, right?
Right.
Do we
Yeah.
know that others were like human or anything? Or?
Father Charlatan was human.
Yeah,
All of them were human, I think.
And all
Piper,
these-
you're not sure.
We got playing with guess who, guys.
Okay,
Right?
well, we
if,
got,
if they say yes to somebody survived, was it a woman that survived?
or we
Something
just
like
get-
that.
Gotta play 20 questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or,
So, I
or
tell you what,
Just have flowcharts.
I'll do the will save too, so we can do 3d6 rounds.
how much? How? What's
Because
your
it's
will?
worth it. That one reroll is worth it for me.
What's your will?
Not very much, but in all reality,
Well, then why don't we have
worst
somebody
case,
else?
because you guys are the best will, and then everybody else has got 5 or less.
Somebody had 7.
Craig has said.
I
I want to roll against me.
I got a decent will, but I
We're not interested.
I'm willing to know worst case scenario. It's not like in all reality, guys. I don't cast spells, so it's not like
I
you're
don't
gonna
see
get
the benefit.
you're not gonna get fireballed by me, but you might get hacked in half by me
Yeah.
or hit with a shield.
You don't want to get hacked in half by me.
Right.
It's gonna hurt.
Okay.
So
So I got 3 participants. You guys got your
You guys got
question
3 questions?
you want to start with?
Okay, so did anyone survive the fire at Parkstone Prison 4616?
You gotta remember, we only have a
Yes,
60%
you're gonna ask
chance of
us
them
what
telling
your
the truth
person
as
is.
well.
if it says
We're
yes,
gonna have
then
to
we'll
assume
ask
that
if it's
they're
a woman.
Honestly.
Which
Um,
is kind of risky.
that'll
Yeah.
narrow it down between the prisoners or the
Yeah.
wife.
10 games later.
Is there any of these being able to be sold?
And they-
online?
What?
The word thing?
No.
Tell you what, we'll ask if it's a man instead of a
The superstitious town does not have Ouija board.
They
We should
they
just
do.
ask in
They
specific.
don't have
That's what I'm
magically
saying. The first one's gotta be if
in-
somebody survives.
created
If that's no, that gets rid of a whole other question.
But
for that.
well, then we're just assuming that they're telling the truth.
We're doing our best to figure out if they're telling
And
the
if
truth.
they say no, then we're making a very large assumption that nobody's alive.
So then we'll ask the next question and just keep going. I mean, we gotta ask the questions anyway, right?
So if they were to say,
Yeah, if we keep asking the question, even if they say no, we could. That's more ways we can tell if they lied on the first question or not.
So ask each question twice.
Not saying ask each question twice, but I'm saying continue with the flow chart.
what's your
of it.
name, Bob? What's your name?
Gotcha.
Just told you.
So, yes, no,
Flow chart.
man, woman. If it was a woman, then there was only one woman in the prison
How do you know?
because it was a man's prison.
How do
She
you
wasn't supposed to know that.
What?
Yeah,
No,
don't say it was
they
a-
never said it was a men's
Nobody-
prison.
From the names, yes, you guys could logically conclude that all the guards were men.
So if it's a woman, then it's wife. And if
It
it's
doesn't say hold up.
They're
I
not
mean,
as forward back in 1446 as we are today.
admittedly, Pathfinder is very gender inclusive,
Right.
very much
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
So it's conceivable that yes, but for the purposes of this story, there were 24 men and 1 woman.
Gotcha. That was. We don't know how many prisoners. So-
Correct. You
so
have no
that-
idea
so
on the prisoners.
Right. So we just right now we're talking about anybody survived the fire.
Yep.
In there. So then if it's
You
that's
Here's
what-
the
that was
thing.
Yeah, you don't.
so
You do not know anything about the prisoners in general.
Just
the
the-
5, you know, they were all male.
gotcha.
So
So
the only notable woman.
I feel like we're gonna
is
be
the
so
wife.
biased to the
Right,
point
so-
where if they say yes, we're just gonna accept.
then we
yes.
find out if it is
Just what we're gonna
a,
have
if
to
it
do.
is a man that survived. If it's a woman, we're gonna assume it's the wife. If it's the man, then we find out if it is
Man.
one of
you
the
the
prisoners. Are you the prisoners? Or are you the warden? And we won't have to say or, we'll just say, are you the warden?
And then another
Or-
question: are you a prisoner?
Right. Are you the warden or the guards?
Well,
Another
well,
question?
then neither.
Or how
Well,
really
we-
high hopes of these people telling
Or
me.
it can even say, did you work at the prison?
There's absolutely no
Or
way we
were
can
you a
possibly-
prisoner?
Okay, Carter.
Right.
Yeah.
If you
That's
were,
even
games
better.
yeah, were you a
later.
prisoner? Yeah.
We finally figured it out.
Were you a prisoner?
Yeah, were you a
What's
prisoner? That's what
after
we do.
Okay.
This isn't gonna
Okay,
go well.
so
Only 3 people?
yep, just 3. How many rounds we get? 3.
Well,
No, I'm just kidding.
and that's why I want to make sure. You guys only have 3 people are
Anybody else?
We
participating.
only get to ask 30
Can
questions.
somebody
No.
else go?
You get 3d6 rounds,
You get 1d6 per person.
1d6 per
Wow,
person.
okay.
So every person would add between 6 seconds and 36 seconds. Every answer takes
We
6 seconds,
put all of our hope on this.
So if we all
whether it's a letter or a word. So the more people that participate, the longer you get,
Yeah, 555.
but everybody gets to make the will save
You
as
go
far as
do
it.
the whole
So
thing.
all I need to know is how many people are going to participate.
3 per
How many questions do we have?
1, 2.
Participate. You got-
I'm not in the group right now.
No,
Yes, you are.
you
Everybody's
are.
together.
Oh,
You guys are at the professor's house debating
3,
where you're going to do the seance.
4,
The
5.
decision is to do it at
Five.
Gibbs's house.
Assuming
At
you
which
have to
point,
ask each question twice.
Yeah, so we'll do those 5, and then whatever we have left over, we'll just go back and ask the questions again to double check on them.
Yeah,
That's the
possession
thing. We
gives
still have
in
no
there.
guarantee
Yeah,
of
possession
double
gives
checking.
and the
on
first
question.
initial of your name. But do we want the first initial of the person? Well, we do because we want to know if maybe it's the ghost of the woman.
all right. Well, what about
I'll do it.
So
that's
has
4.
anyone asked the question
What's your
yet?
will?
No.
They're trying to
I mean, like,
rethink what questions they
Is a
want.
question that someone wanted to
Well,
ask already? Is the town being possessed by ghosts?
Well,
We have.
well,
It's
for like
all
our last
complicated.
question, depending on how long we have, we can ask how to put the spirits to rest.
But it'll
That's
spell it
gonna
out,
take
right?
forever.
Well, it may be, but it
It'll
depends.
spell
on-
it out, but it can only answer with a single word.
Okay.
Got it.
Yes, no, maybe, or a single word.
Right, and so
Okay.
which would be fine if we we roll a lot of rounds and we've got
All
6 or
sixes.
7. Right, and there's 4 of us. That means there
How
could
many
be
spirits would we want?
You
to
could
put
roll
in?
10d6. That could be a long time. That could be like 10 minutes.
Between the spirits to rest, it's pretty dangerous.
Can we put the
Which spirit
spirits in the
where?
prison to rest?
Like which prison?
And yeah,
Just the
the
general.
arrow, yeah.
So the
Yeah.
question is do you want to join in or do you not want to join in?
Right. The
What's-
drawback here is in the seance, you make a will save. Depending on the results, if you fail it, I get a hero point to use against you specifically later in the campaign.
He could wait.
Okay, I'm
He
not.
could
I'm
wait.
not getting involved in this.
He
thing.
could
He
wait.
drops his gun.
He could wait to the
I-
final point and final boss of
I-
everything.
or I
you roll a critical to end his
Right.
life, and he
I-
makes you reroll.
Every time you use the spirit planchette, you have that challenge. Okay?
Yeah, I'm not getting involved.
It's
in that.
entirely up to you if you wish to take the chance and contribute to the duration that the group has.
And that's only if we fail the will save.
Yeah, if you pass the will save, it doesn't do anything to
Alright,
you.
so there's 4 of
Well,
us.
still,
Have to check a will save every time we ask a question.
No.
Can the
One
reroll-
time per seance. And one seance per night.
Can the reroll stack? Like if we do this multiple times?
Yes.
Stack.
Yes. If I don't use your hero points before then yeah, I'm gonna
Okay,
tempted
But
to
the
give
point
more
is,
time.
you don't know whether you're
Yeah,
failing
yeah,
either.
Yeah.
And the spirit you contact is more or less strong, i.e., it gets more challenging as you go further into the game, obviously.
As my point
So-
stands, I have a strong feeling we're just going to be making a whole bunch of
But
rolls.
you guys are free to use your rerolls on that roll or any other rolls, so those
Well,
can
we have
contribute.
no hero
Are we
points
able to
in
get
it.
any deception checks on these?
No,
You got me
there's
want
nothing.
to.
There's nothing to as far as that.
This
We're
trying.
overcomplicating this so much.
Okay,
I mean, I
so
got a reroll, right?
if you got a reroll, I mean, is there a drawback?
That's the reroll you're going to use for the
No.
final boss.
So I hear 4 people are,
No.
are participating.
No.
No?
Not.
Okay.
Okay, 4. Yep.
You gonna
Yes, there's
participate?
I'm not.
You know you want to.
No.
Everybody wants to participate in the seance.
This will be fun.
Okay, so
We suggest that.
okay, so everybody, are the rest of you guys going to be there or just stay out of the room?
I'm gonna just stay completely out of the room. I don't want to.
This is
might be
Gibbs'
there.
house.
This is, yeah, you guys go into Gibbs' house.
Yep.
The 4 of you set up the table, get the seance ready, get your board out, etc. The rest of you wait outside. Thus, you are not participating. Okay.
Why don't we walk around the?
Okay. So
Is
the other
Gibbs here?
4 of you are outside. One
Wait,
of you
6?
roll 4d6. The other 6 of you are outside.
Or
Sorry.
just
46.
each individually roll one.
A 4,
Do we not?
a 1, a 3, and a 1.
Okay, so
I told
9
you
Nine.
not to.
times
Not
6 is 54 seconds.
54 seconds.
That's not very
So 9
long.
rounds.
Okay,
You want to do a reroll for that?
Yes.
it's up to you.
You,
Okay.
Why don't you,
well,
somebody give him a reroll so he can do that? Since
Reroll the 2 1s.
Yeah, that's below. I think that's below
Okay.
average.
I'm
I
fine.
got a 3 and a 4. We'll leave those.
Sure.
Okay. 4.
Okay, what
So
does that put it
that
at?
is 11.
Okay,
And anybody else want to read?
I'll give a reroll even though
Okay.
I'm not getting
Yeah.
involved.
Another 4. So 15.
15 times 6 is 60,
90.
90 seconds.
so who gave you the rerolls?
Okay.
I gave
he
a
said
reroll.
Okay.
I am setting a 90-second timer. You are
I
smart.
just-
So yes.
How do I mark the
So you guys all set, ready to
We'll
start?
save ahead of time or
Nope.
after?
We'll resolve that at the end.
Okay.
Who's
Okay.
asking the questions?
Jenny's got.
Any one of the 4 participants can ask the question. Now, as Carter surmised, I'm starting a timer for 90 seconds.
Okay.
Each answer will take up to 6 seconds, be it a letter or otherwise. Okay? Timer goes off, spirit has
Can
disappeared.
you read my?
Yes.
Who can read the fastest?
It doesn't matter. They still got 6 seconds to respond anyway.
Right, but if you have a long question, that might take a couple
Oh,
of
that's
seconds to
true.
read.
Go ahead. Any card.
Okay, you guys ready?
Start.
Okay, so there you guys put the spirit board out there. Start the seance outside. You hear birds squeak and fly off. Then it gets eerily quiet outside. Inside, it's almost like the outside is just shut off completely, as if you can't even hear it. The room gets notably dim with your torchlight and so forth. And then after a few moments, you hear a breeze in the room, and then a ghostly, deep voice echoes out and says, "I've called." Go.
Did anyone survive the fire at the Harrowstone prison in 4661?
Yes.
Was the survivor a woman?
No.
Is there a hidden entrance in the Harrowstone prison?
Maybe.
Did you possess gifts?
No.
What is the first initial of your name? Okay, what else? Ask it
Were
again.
any of the answers lies?
No.
Again.
Where is the entrance?
Was the survivor a prisoner in Harrowstone prison?
Maybe.
Are you possessing the town?
You're not in here.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay.
You're participating?
Yeah, he said he
Oh,
was.
okay. No.
Is the piper still alive?
No.
Is the priest still alive? What's his name?
No.
Father Charlatan.
Is Father Charlatan still alive?
No.
Who else? Was the splatter guy still alive?
There's a brief blast of wind as the seance ends. The spirit disappears.
What did he say? The piper wasn't alive?
All right, so we got to do our will save.
You did just
Yes.
say the-
All of you that participated, give me a will save.
I'm gonna use my reroll.
Feel free to use your reroll. Tell me what your result is.
If Jason participated as well, should we have gotten an additional 5th?
You got
56?
Oh,
I didn't know he was
who was the
participating.
who was the other
Jason,
person?
me, Jenny, and Carter was what
Yeah,
I knew.
that's why I was confused.
That's
Okay,
what
so
I
If I didn't
yeah,
participate, if I didn't
roll,
participate, it's fine.
ask one more question.
One more question.
Assuming the minimum.
Did
What
any,
Your mind.
What was the first initial of the survivor?
We already.
no, that isn't what you asked.
Oh, your name.
S.
It was her. No, her B.
Alrighty. So
Okay.
Wow.
That's for Spider-Man.
okay. So you want the
Just the first roll or just the second roll?
If you have made a roll already,
I
that
did.
still counts.
Okay.
If
So
you
this is
want to
fine.
use a
This
re-roll,
is my
you
re-roll.
can. I need to know what your highest roll is out of your various re-rolls, etc. Whatever your save is.
I got a 25.
A 25,
24.
24,
21.
21,
Uh-oh. Jason might need one.
whatever your highest one is. Now, if there's other...
No, reroll.
Do it, Jason. No, come
Roll
on.
lower?
Yes.
Anybody else got a reroll?
Wiggle.
All right.
I'm marking it.
Come on.
Oh, there we go.
20.
20. Okay. Is everybody good with all those re-rolls?
20 got used to everybody else's.
Okay.
Jenny, were you in it or 24?
24? Okay. Let me make a couple of notes real quick. Okay. What would you guys like to do?
So I'm gonna go out and talk to everybody.
We passed or not?
Correct.
We don't. That's a
Wait,
And that's why there's no purpose in doing that. We have no
Why don't we
idea.
go and look for the
We still haven't
secret
gotten
exit?
anywhere.
He said
Hold on.
maybe. He
So
doesn't
I'm gonna-
know.
So I'm gonna give you a rundown of what it was. So Survivor, which has reminded these are 60%. We got a 3 out of 5 chance.
When
These
the
are
survivor
correct.
was a woman, he said no.
So you-
Is there a hidden entrance? Maybe.
Carter.
Okay.
He was about to do exactly that.
Go ahead.
So did they possess? Did you possess Gibbs? Is what you asked. Is no. Your first initial is M. Are you lying?
Mario.
No. Are you? Did a prisoner survive? No. Did the Piper survive? No. Is the charlatan alive? No. Is the splatter man alive? And then there was a breeze. And then the first initial of the survivor is S.
So basically, it was a complete waste of time.
That's what I was trying to say. Was there was no purpose to that because we haven't gotten anywhere.
Was it another? I mean,
No, it's not. We don't know if that's a truth.
Well,
or
If
not.
we get more clues.
Here's the thing. He technically did not answer yes or no to is the splatter man still alive. And then when we asked the first initial of the survivor, it said S. S for Splatterman.
But that's
or
not-
that's not his
or the
name.
Lopper's last name was Saystrest. There's a lot of S's, but
But the first letter of his initials would be
I
his first
said the
name.
first name.
what's the first initial of the survivor's name? But
So we got nowhere.
So
No,
it wouldn't
we
be the
got
last name, it
places.
would be
We
his
just
first
need
name.
more clues.
okay.
We still don't know.
As we get more clues, we can tie it together and
Yeah.
find out.
I think it's obvious that the ghost of this guy, since his first initial is M, I think it's
Now-
obvious that he's the ghost of Mario.
If you guys want to use the spirit planchette, like I said, there are higher level ones.
Right.
The top tier one is 90% accurate.
And that is the platinum one.
That is the silver one. There's
Silver.
brass, cold iron, and silver.
Is there
That's it's expensive,
right? Is
but
it something we can create on our own?
no.
Okay, we would have to.
Well, if you have the right feats, you could conceivably do so. But yes,
Magical crafting.
if you like the concept of that sort of intel, that's campaign wise
Yeah,
a very useful item.
especially if we have one that's 90%.
90% accurate,
Yeah.
you can probably rely on the information.
Yeah.
But when you have a 40% chance of nothing.
But we
Right.
have a higher than 50% chance of it being right
It's
too.
right. The answers are most likely accurate.
Right.
There's a decent chance, so I wouldn't put a whole lot of faith in it. But
So it kind of, but if we go into it with these are possibly correct, then our idea of there being a survivor
It's true.
could
Sure.
cause, it
Well-
makes sense, and it kind of rolls with what we've learned with hearing people hearing flutes,
Mhm.
and there being
But
somebody.
they said the Piper wasn't alive.
Well, you just said the Piper. You didn't say the guy's name.
But even so, even if it took him as the Piper of the Marsh, then even if he's not alive, because obviously the person painting things like the Splatter Man wasn't alive either.
Possessed of
This
him.
guy seems possessed. So I mean,
Um, Well,
I don't think I would use that all the time.
with the whole thing about asking initials, why couldn't we
What's
just
your
ask the
last
full
one?
name?
Because
Because it takes
He has to
seconds
spell it
for
out.
each letter.
spell around.
And we
so
only
they could-
had 90 seconds.
This is nice.
Yeah.
So
Right, that's the
last-
trade-off. He'll spell out his name, but it might, if it's a long name, it might use your entire period.
So he couldn't just say the name.
No, he's not saying
of the
anything.
word.
So it's
He's not
it's like
saying
a Ouija
anything.
board. So it's got yes, no, maybe, and then letters, and it moves the planches.
Obviously,
It's like
to
it's
the
typing
letter.
out the word.
Any
You should have made a
words he has
Ouija
to
board
say,
then,
He has to
and
say
you
letter
should
by
have
letter.
I did previously consider that.
Wait, using an actual.
You could concept, but I didn't want to go to that
Yeah,
level
no,
instead.
I don't
And
think-
then next we're gonna have a haunt.
Oh, it would be as
I
if
don't
they
wanna-
used it
A
in
real
play.
life.
I don't want to accidentally.
You don't want to make a real life willpower save?
Yeah.
Ooh,
So
looks like a snake.
Well, technically, what you
Especially
could
if I get it where I can control it remotely.
actually, you're coming without you could actually have
Without going into that too far, what I may do is, if you guys want to use the spirit planchette on the future, I may rig up something where the keyboard can type to the screen.
gotcha.
As
Okay.
far as that, okay.
or he could have
Something along
that
those lines.
looks
Yeah,
like an
that's all
illusion.
theoretical. We'll figure it out.
Supernatural powers, and it's really just a magnet.
Andy's not willing to do natural one.
There's a limit to real world we want to get, but that's
Childhood
fine.
experiences, don't even talk about. Anyway, so it didn't have anything to do with the Rat King. So do we want to go to the prison tonight? Because it is now nighttime.
Early evening,
Early
yes.
evening. So it's going to be.
Well, everybody recommended going during the day.
I was gonna
Right.
say, why are we so set on going at nighttime when we
We're
obviously
not.
know
We're
gonna
not.
be
We just slept during the
perfect?
day. So I'm fine with waiting till tomorrow.
I think you're
That's
still
gonna
gonna
be-
get hurt during the day too, though.
But there's
But-
less of a chance according to
If
everybody.
we go back and get.
So
some-
if Gibbs is in prison, we could legitimately shack up in his house for the night.
Or just go back to the house we actually
Or walk up like half a block to where you've been resting.
Right.
Or why-
Yeah.
Well, you would know if there was any spirits that came into the house if we were there.
Sure.
If we're asleep, how
Well,
are we
then-
gonna see the
Um,
spirits?
So if we wait until morning, we could get
When's
some
next
things
full
to shore up
The next full moon?
the warden's house,
We played this campaign
so we can search
before.
it
No.
without
Okay.
doing ourselves some detrimental damage.
So you guys are on. You guys have. I thought you had the
We did.
calendar that had the moon.
Does it have the moons on it?
It is currently night 10,
Night 10.
which would be the 18th of Eridus.
Habitus. There it is.
18th.
The
It
18th,
is half moon right
So
now.
we got a week before the full moon.
No. Yeah.
The 25th.
Yeah. You got. The
Significant about
25th is
the
the
full
full moon.
Let's call it
Well,
You got 7 days.
storm.
What's significant about it? Is that when the things are coming back? Mosquito things?
Full moons tend to
The
have
cicadas come back.
yeah, horrible creatures on full moons. Well, if you guys, I think we should, if we're going to look into Warden's house and stuff, we've already deemed that to be a relatively dangerous undertaking. We need to have some kind of like equipment to shore it up so we don't.
I'm going to train the soldiers with their swords, the militia.
Why-
I'm not gonna.
Okay.
Why don't we try
Are you
to
guys
find
planning to
one
head to the
that's
prison
Road
tonight
trap?
or in the morning?
Andy can transform into an animal.
Yeah, can you turn? Would you be able to like turn to an animal and look around though?
Do you have animal shape as a spell?
I can
We-
every day I can memorize.
So-
I can turn into a pet.
So
Yeah,
tomorrow
you
you
could
could
do
do
pest
pest
form,
form?
and you could.
Where if we go to bed,
Right, that's what we go back.
I can memorize pest form instead of heal.
It's a focus point.
Pest form.
No, it's a spell.
It's a spell.
spell.
Okay.
It can be a
Every
focus
night,
spell
so
for
for
druids.
druid,
Okay.
you get
It's
to
a
memorize a whole thing spells,
Okay.
but you only get to pick 2
Yep.
for the day.
Okay,
So-
well then
And
let's go
Storm
back.
druid.
Let's go back and show up early in the morning.
Yeah.
Jason, I know you want to be in there so bad.
Yes.
He has been pushing for the last couple of days,
And-
and he has permission.
And if we all slip in, and because Gibbs is now in jail,
Well,
and unless
probably
they're gonna be
if
able
we
to
wait till
get to
tomorrow,
the
they're gonna
desk, there
change their
probably won't be
mind.
another letter. So if we all go to bed, and then we all go up there first thing in the morning, we got all day to go mess around at the prison and the
Okay.
Go to the prison
so
in the morning.
Rest, recover, memorize appropriate
Yeah.
spells,
Figure out
and
what
go
you
in the
want,
morning.
and then go back in the morning.
Okay.
I memorized best form.
Okay. With that in mind, with your investigations, you guys have advanced with enough experience to level 2.
Yay!
Finally. Yeah.
So,
Great.
you guys can rest in the morning, acquire your upgraded spells and options, which also gives us a convenient stopping point at this point so that people can upgrade their characters prior to next game.
You have to wait till next
When you
time.
make your second foray, now legitimately legal, into said prison. So if there's any other supplies, materials, etc. you guys need or wish to purchase, the general store in town probably has it. Let me know
Thank you.
out of game, and I'll let you know if it's available. Otherwise, feel free to memorize your spells accordingly, based on what you expect to encounter. I would say you probably have 60 to 70% of the backstory as far as available information,
Yeah.
based on what you guys have investigated. So now, as a general guideline, don't necessarily view the prison as the one dungeon we go in, we finish the entire prison in a night. Okay. A, it's probably going to take a couple of sessions, but B, it's a big place, and you guys are level 2. Retreating and going back to town for a day or two is perfectly reasonable. Don't feel that you have to keep pushing on based on whatever the threat is. Okay?
Will we level up while we're in the dungeon? I mean, the prison.
We'll see.
It all depends